What's going on, all you beautiful people? Welcome to yet another weekend of Overwatch League pack action. I'm Ilios here alongside Avril, and we'll be guiding you guys through this weekend's matches, which should continue to be action-packed and exciting because we are on the cusp of seeing which teams are going to be going over to the mid-season madness.
Absolutely, and we're perfectly matched here as well. This is exactly how we planned it. You know, we sort of coordinated. It sort of worked out. You're in a new place. We're ready for knockoffs. We're ready to get some teams into Korea, into Kintex, and it happens after this weekend.
It does. My face is a little bit bright on this side because I just moved into a new apartment. And, it did come with shades. It's not nearly enough to block out the piercing sun that is setting at the moment here in Korea. So it is a little bit bright. I tried balancing the lights, but for anybody who's really nitpicky in the chat, you're going to have to deal with it. But you also won't see my face too much as we get into the action here. But, yeah, it's been a good little exciting week off for me. A lot of stuff going on, but you know, move into the new apartment. But I'm always happy to come back in here and get down to brass tacks with our Overwatch action. Which off the top, we're gonna have Guangzhou Charge going up against Dreamers. So Dreamers, really big kind of David and Goliath battle for them to see if they're going to be able to take this matchup away. But given what we've seen from the Charge, seems unlikely. But hey, if it happens, it'd be one hell of an upset.
And Dreamers making as far as they have is incredible because they came in
Sure.
as one of the lower seeds from contenders. Most people would have thought that in Group A, Poker Face were the favored contenders team to make it the full distance. They lost to Dreamers in what was a very close map 5. And now Dreamers alongside O2 Blast are the top 2 contenders teams. Not only that, but we recently had an announcement from Sean Miller, director of the Overwatch League himself, saying that for the summer stage, we're going to end up having the top 4 contenders teams from this knockout bracket. So both the top 2 from A and B, we have Dreamers, Poker Face, O2 Blast, Panthera. These are the top 4 contenders teams. They will be joining the Overwatch League teams in the summer split in the regular season, alongside 2 more contenders teams coming through the open.
Well, if you guys did miss it, of course, you know, Hangzhou Spark kind of coming away with an upset of their own. Took down the Guangzhou Charge in 3-2 fashion. If you missed that series, definitely want to go back and watch that one because it was definitely a wild one. But Guangzhou Charge now going to be looking to get themselves that rematch. So a win here today would set them up for it. And then if they can get the better of the Hangzhou Spark the second time around, they will be the ones advancing over into the mid-season madness tournament. So a lot on the line for them. Dreamers as well, very much trying to keep the dream alive. If they could pull it off, I mean, again, like you said, it's kind of incredible that they made it this far, beating Poker Face and also in 3-2 fashion. So maybe they can complete this Cinderella run. And against the Hangzhou Spark, you never really know what you're going to get. Depends on if Leave is really, you know, kind of pounding in the lobby, or if he's a little bit absent, you might be able to get the better of them. But on the opposite side here in Group B, of course, the Seoul Infernal right now waiting to see which opponent they will have in either O2 Blast or the Dallas Fuel.
Yeah, Shanghai dropped out super early on in the bracket, so Dallas Fuel and Inferno are the only 2 remaining Overwatch League teams on this end, with Dallas Fuel having only played their 1 match so far. Oh, sorry, 2. They beat SBG. They lost to the Seoul Infernal. Now they have to go up against the O2 Blast, who themselves had to take down Panthera. And Panthera, I think a pretty decent team. If you want to use transitive property here, you can see that Dallas Fuel got a 3-1 versus SBG, who then got 0-3'd by Panthera. So Panthera, a much better team than SBG, and even then, O2 Blast takes them down 3-1. So O2 Blast still a strong favorite in this bracket. I mean, not just against Dallas, but maybe, you know, you could see them win versus Seoul Infernals, or it is possible, and they would have to make that run through today. O2 Blast, or rather not today, but, you know, the O2 Blast have a lot of work to get through in this particular weekend to make it to the mid-season madness if one contenders team is to be able to make that run.
Yeah, but I mean, like you said, you know, they will also, if they can beat Fuel today, have that second crack. It was a 3-2 loss for them, or 2-3 loss, I should say, versus Infernal. So with that repeat, you know, what have you learned from that previous loss? Can you counteract? Can you play around Seoul Infernal to be able to get that victory? It's absolutely possible for them to be able to be a representative at midseason madness. But for now, we'll take a look at Dreamers, as you know, standard lineup. Not going to be anything too shocking here, as we still unfortunately have a photo here for Liga in the center.
Yeah, I think looking at the previous matchups for Dreamers, the one play that's extremely impressed me a lot is Spectra. Beating Poker Face, Spectra's Tracer has been something incredible to see. Honestly, like, we were kind of looking at this team thinking there were some really good plays, and Spectra's been one of these players that you think in the last year or so hasn't been picked up for the Overwatch League, was eligible around the same time Speedly was, and last year you're thinking, oh, okay, well, maybe it's too late in the season. This year he wasn't seen on any Overwatch League teams. Like, maybe teams are making a mistake here. maybe could Spectre maybe be a little bit overrated? That could have been the case as well. Then you start to see Dreamer's performance over the course of this tournament. You're like, hang on a second, Streamer's hard carrying this Dreamer squad in some cases, and he's doing such a great job proving why he's Al Caliber.
All right, well, I mean, bigging them up, but still going to be a really massive matchup for them to try to get through Choice A1 and Jimmy, who have just been, an utter stellar DPS duo, really only falling to the hands, widely of Leave, who was popping the hell off on that final map of Oasis and whatnot, really took the game into his own. But otherwise, this entire team has just been incredible the entire season so far.
And the one sort of mishap that we've seen here is that reverse sweep where Hunter Spark came back after dropping 2 maps and getting 3 in a row. The one concern I have for the Guangzhou Charge is that they have been pretty one-note in their Hanzo Winston composition, and more times we are starting to see teams take advantage of that. Earlier in the season, it was the Soul Inferno versus the Guangzhou Charge, where Soul Inferno ended up winning that matchup, beating down Jimmy's Hanzo. Hunter Spark eventually then did the same thing when Shy gets onto Hanzo as well. Booster comes back in the roster after 20, starts on map number 1. They have far more successful dives and shutting them down. The one other player, though, on this Guangzhou Charge team that I think has been a super consistent factor is this manning screen Choice A1. He has been so damn good this entire season, but the other seasons too, in all the Charges down seasons where they've had some, really shocking results in the last 2 years. Choice A1 has always been at the top of the list in terms of players that have still held their own, that have still had top performances. In this year, even in what have been very few of Charge's losing moments, Choice A1's been playing at the top level anyway.
Well, that has been, but I mean, you were picking up Spectra. This has got to be, kind of the guy, the difference maker to get them across the line here if Dreamers do want to keep the dream alive. And if you can win out on the Tracer battle versus Choice A1, obviously that's going to be a really big boon for them. But there's threats in every single role. You still have to be worried about, even the likes of just Faraway Xerneas in the support lineup here for the side of the Guangzhou Charge. Because, like I said, everybody is a threat on this team. So Dreamers have their work cut out for them, but we'll see if they can get it done and complete the Cinderella story to get themselves into that final matchup and be one step away from qualifying into mid-season madness. Our first map is going to be Ilios, and then from there on out, obviously the loser is going to select, so we'll see where we end up going.
And this is most likely why we're seeing Liga in instead of Dreamer, who usually be starting on that Winston. This is a very diva-heavy map on Ilios. Most teams would start their diva player here if they have one for the side of Guangzhou Charge. Piggy's going to play everything right, so he's going to be very comfortable in this diva. And likelihood to see the Echoes come through as well, especially since we're starting on Well. That is the Echo map. The other ones are a little, you can sort of change things up and play what you like, but for Well, mostly across the board, even in NA, I think we've seen a lot of Echo. That will remain the case here. Jimmy and Easy Han most likely in the Traces here.
I mean, as always, I will continue to say this. The thing that I want to see as these Echoes get ready to come out the gate is Xerneas pocketing him. I want to see him back on the Mercy, goddammit. Why doesn't he do it? I know the Brig is good. I know it's the meta, but please, just break the meta for once.
Then you wouldn't have the rally. You wouldn't have all the utility that the Brigade brings to the table. And so teams will be opting for the unpocketed versions. Okay, a few cookies in the sky will keep your Echoes alive. We don't see a lot of Jimming or Easy Hunt on the Traces, so this is basically the only map in the pool that you will see it.
Alright, well, up over the top, Spectre looking for some sticky bombs across. Faraway gonna get tagged down low. Does receive some healing, so we'll be okay. For now, it's just a fairly neutral fighting across the way. No one getting up into each other's faces quite just yet. But with the point unlocked, we'll have to come down here to the ground eventually, as Jimmy tries to threaten this back line. Shots in. He really wants to try to get access over to Missin rather than Donghan there, so see if he's going to be able to do it. Puts him down to about half, and then Choice A1 comes in for the alley-oop, finds the kill, doubles down, and that's going to be the supports out of the fight. An initial cap comes through for Dreamers. Spectre with a nice little response there, headshot, take Choice A1 out, but Spiggy comes rolling through. We'll clean up the enemy Echo, and the flip can come in. So 12% of the board right now for Dreamers. Guangzhou Charge now in control.
Spectre gets his man eventually, but at the cost of losing 3 of his members. Already, Choi takes down 2 while he's running away on no HP. Choi living there, just hiding behind Geometry. Perfect movement to get away from Spectre. Ends up converting somehow. That's incredible. Choice A1 getting away with murder there. Allowing Charge to be able to capitalize on capping this point over, getting that early lead. Dreamers already have the 12%, but Charge will take it much further. Even further still with an earlier nano, but they lose a player.
Choice A1 going to be beamed down, but that's going to be the support line again. Tackled here by the Guangzhou Charge. They're missing their Ana. Going to take her out of the fight, and then under similar duress at the moment, looking to just push him off the side, but instead Biggie will be able to get the finisher there with the melee hit. Self-destruct is available. Rally there from Xerneas rolling. Obviously got that built up a bit earlier on, given that Donghan had suffered the initial death, so is first to it. And that's going to be the Guangzhou Charge maintaining control now, getting ready to crest past 50%.
I'll get past that fight without having to actually expend the nano. Farway gets that one early than Missin, but Missin will catch up now after an early death. As the duplicates will be in favor of Spectra coming into the next fight. Charger getting a lot of progress on point though. Nano onto Choi.
Oh, missing.
And down.
Okay. Again, Spectra finding him with a beam. It gets the better of him, but the fights still haven't been going their ways on the back end of that. Let's see if that can happen, or rather if that can change. Just for now, they're still maintaining control. Beam across. Piggy going to be dumping the self-destruct. Sleep Dart comes through. Easy Han still, however, pursue forward. Let's take out that Baby Diva. Point, though, still not going to be flipped into their favor, but with their tank gone, it seems like Guangzhou Charge are going to maybe surrender this one. Xerneas is looking to fight back, but with Jimmy gone as well, they eventually will crumble under the pressure, so Flip is going to be there. Dreamers once more in control and finding some nice staggers in back end.
Spectra's doing a hell of a job at the moment. The amount of damage up with the shutdown choice on despite the nano being on him, and then give the DMAC onto Piggy afterwards, and that was already after pushing Xerneas away, so doing multiple things in that previous fight. More than double the damage what Choi's outputting at the moment, 1400 to 2800, echo to echo, 1-to-1. And Dreamers are sitting pretty in terms of 4 ultimates. They've got a little bit of catch-up left to do on the point itself. They have the resources to play through.
4 ults to try to maintain. It's definitely looking pretty decent here for the side of Dreamers. Rally now going to be rolling. Opening that up, just looking to really shove back the Guangzhou Charge, not even giving them close access to the point at all. Xerneas stunned up, goes low. Nano going to go across, that connects on the Piggy, but now Xerneas does get finished off. Spectra able to pursue deep enough to find the kill. And this is getting into worrisome territory here for the side of the Guangzhou Charge, who need to retake the lead, not far off from being lost.
And they have the reset here as well, losing a player. It's going to cost them time for sure. Can't afford to lose anybody else here, and they still have to get past 3 ultimates from Dreamers. They're starting to get a few of their ults themselves now for the Charge side, and they'll need it for what will eventually be the final fight. Spectra going in nice and early.
Trying to get in on top of Jose Juan. Does go for the dupe. It's going to be broken out and taken down. Liga able to find that elimination. Jimmy opens up one with a pulse bomb, but it's not nearly going to be enough. Spectra is well going to fall. A 2 for 2 so far, but the point's still going to be maintained from the side of Dreamers. The lead now in their hands. 90% coming in. This is, however, going to be taken down. Xerneas antied out, finished off. Easy Han finds the kill. Farway able to trade it back. Final fight territory here. The point's still going to be contested. Hack comes across. They will be able to break Liga out of the mech. Self-destruct going to be committed. He's trying to hug in against this one. The nade across from far away does manage to take out the Baby Diva. Flip getting ready to come through. Guangzhou Charge. A couple kills in the back end might just be enough to guarantee this if they can get some staggers, but for now it seems like Dreamers should get another fight.
Piggy's bomb was huge there to get rid of Spectra in the skies, flying too close to the sun there. If he had the opportunity to, he could have actually avoided the self-destruct damage via the duplicate. There are enough iframes there, but couldn't find a target in time. Choice had to come back to this fight as a Sombra, by the way, so this might end up being a slightly weaker pick. We'll see if the dive can happen. Certainly won't be an EMP. That's going to be the dupe now.
99 to 99, Xerneas going to be focused out. The nade goes across, helps set up for the kill. Spectra finding that one. Now Easy Han as well. Gets involved, finds other support before the Nano can come through. Pulse bomb, eat Jimmy finding no value. Spectra still sat here. The Nano goes in, as you say. Piggy now going to be broken out of the mech, and it seems like Dreamers have done it. They take away the flip. It's back in their control. OT tag in. Last second does come through here from Jimmy trying to elongate this one. He's there on this Tracer. Not something that we're too terribly used to seeing from him. And that's going to be Dreamers taking away the first round.
I mean, Guangzhou Charge, they didn't even want to have to play the Sombra here. They were forced onto it because they needed to contest back in time. And even then, you're looking at reverse roles, right? If they were going to play the Sombra, it would be Jimmy on the Sombra, Choi on the Tracer. Here, you were in a situation where Jimmy was already on the Tracer, so Guangzhou Charge just trying their best to survive in that final fight. But you had the feeling that Spectra still yet to use his dupe, was in a good position to win the fight for Dreamers previously, had he not dived to the bomb. Last time around is able to capitalize on that as we get a bit of a replay here from the Easy Han Tracer, which again is a bit rarely seen, but here outplaying Jimmy in that 1-to-1.
All right, well, Guangzhou Charge now needing to go ahead and reverse this map. As we'll just get the TPs forward right off the rip. Back over here to the Tracers. See if they can.
Back to the Echoes as well. And Choi's going to have to do some catch-up because Spectra was the player with the upper hand, I would say, in that last matchup. Not just necessarily in the 1-to-1, but overall in the team impact. Guangzhou Charge were able to get the early fight win, though, despite Dreamers with the early cap. Charge had the early cap lead, so that was what Charge was able to do with Choice of One's early heroics on the 3K.
Point unlocked. Early presence shown here. Dreamers looking to get that initial lockdown once again. And it seems like Charge, okay, they finally do send it Jimmy to keep it contested, but eventually he's got to pull back, so the cap does come through. Easy on down to a sliver. Narrowly survives with that recall. Keep him in the fight. For now, Jimmy just going to be occupying, trying to get this flip into their favor. They got it at 12% last time, but it seems like Dreamers are going to be able to hold on for a bit longer.
Nade.
Jimmy will find an opening kill. Donghyun going to be taken down. Spectre also at a sliver. Jimmy, however, punished. Sticky bombs come across. Spectre finds that kill, and the beam from Choi Se-won is not going to be able to get that elimination confirmed.
Oh, off the map.
Be able to regain is okay. Spectre goes off the side of the map, and maybe we're going to get a little bit silly.
That's just what happened there. He possibly just, he was already flying on the outside and just ran out of the cooldown. Could have just been a big mistake there. But otherwise, Missin did a good job of keeping him alive, right? We saw that Choi probably had the kill into Spectre if it wasn't for the pocket healing from Missin. Was Donghyun down, though, to the native far away. That enables then Jimmy to dive on in and collect the kill. Liga was also low HP, half at least from the bio nade. So the far away double connection, but will allow Charge to once again get the early lead on the cap itself, as well as the slightly earlier ultimates.
Nano cross far away, empowering Choi Se-won. Spectre receiving the same treatment.
Beam
is closer. Beam coming across. Choi Se-won so very low, but he narrowly manages to survive. Now has that ult in his back pocket in case he gets into another sticky situation. Easy on in the meantime, trying to get in on top of Faraway. And even though he doesn't get the sticky, he still finds the kill. Faraway is not able to get away from the explosion, ends up getting taken down. Dupe into Choi Se-won. Goes for the Diva, but it's going to be melted out of that mech. Now broken out of the dupe as well. Not finding too much value, so the rally's going to be rolling on either side. Xerneas Anti manages to survive. Pulse bomb across, looking for the elimination.
Huge stun.
Getting too much, and Liga does manage to take out Jimmy. Good kill, gets a second. Xerneas now gone. Seems like Dreamers should be able to regain control as Piggy's going to be broken out of the mech and dealt with. 68% built up here for the Charge. Dreamers back in control.
Yeah, it is another early lead for the Charge, but this time Dreamers, okay, what do they come away with? 2 ultimates still in the bank. Spectre was about 20 to 25% below Choi and ult Charge there. And I think most of that came down to the fact that Choi was spending his nano, putting damage elsewhere. Spectre was trying to counter the nano by just running at Choi and actually nearly had that damage in. It was another beam versus half HP Choi, but much better pocketing from far away and Xerneas to keep Choi alive. Then go for the duplicate, but unsuccessful in Charge's ability to win that fight. Now look at this nano coming in way earlier than what Farway has.
Spectre receiving it again. Jimmy taken down. That wasn't even the focus here of this Echo. Missin just able to find that elimination. Now Xerneas as well. Going to be burnt out. Liga's just been an absolute madman and a menace in the back line.
Yeah.
And without the supports once more, I mean, this is going to be Dreamers maintaining control, getting that lead for themselves, and maybe even just taking the first map. So yeah, Choi
lived on 3.
The dropship just in time.
Wow. Now that would have been an awkward stagger, considering the 70% now mark has been reached by Dreamers. That would have been probably too long for Charge to be comfortable with waiting. Still 3 ultimates back. I feel like we're back on well all over again with Dreamers holding on to the ultimates.
I mean, look at this dive. I mean, it's just Echo Diva dive. Now, and right on the money. Faraway dies, so does Xerneas. The supports just cannot stay in this fight.
Charge got a reset.
Charge. I mean, no attempt, no opportunity really to try to get any peel. They're just instantly dead. And I mean, you say they need to reset. Piggy,
Piggy's half, man.
HP. He's still under fire.
Where's Jimmy?
Looking for that kill.
Jimmy's got a touch. He's got to be the toucher at this moment. I think he's got it. The OT has been confirmed. Need Faraway to find this nano.
No!
No, they can't. Okay.
They don't make it. Jimmy gets a touch, but I guess he had the recall back, goes so very far away. Nobody else can get there in time. And I mean, Dreamers, they get a 2-0 on Ilios to start things off.
That's incredible. I mean, part of this is due to the fact that Spectre at minimum competes with Choi Se-won, if not overtaking him on the Echo. Beyond that as well, EasyHan, stat-wise, cleared Jimmy by a lot. We're talking 8 final blows to 3, 7.6k damage to 4.8. Jimmy is not practiced on the Tracer at all. And Liga had got a number of good final blows there. Piggy was massively under pressure. We saw in that last fight. He was on half HP. Below that, had to fly away. Couldn't go for the touch. Was just down to Jimmy. We talked about the fact that also Faraway Xerneas is fantastic backline. Maybe the best support line in APAC. Faraway himself doing a lot in that last map and on Lighthouse itself. Faraway honestly doing plenty. But when they start getting dived upon, taken down by the EasyHan, Spectre, Liga trio, some of that was just Spectre and Liga actually just flying at Faraway and Xerneas. In those last few fights with the support line kept getting decimated on the Charge side. Not a lot the Charge could do, and they start falling by the wayside real quick.
Wow. A brutal beginning here for the side of the Charge. Dreamers one step further They're trying to get themselves into that final matchup. A great start for them. Let's see if it continues, as Guangzhou Charge are going to have map selection for Hybrid. We'll see where they decide to take us and whether or not they're going to be able to get that win, or Dreamers will move up the match point. Action's going to continue in just a couple minutes, so do not go anywhere. And we are back with a somewhat unexpected result in the first map. Ilios going the way of Dreamers 2-0, just completely ripping apart the backline, front line, everything. Guangzhou Charge, I mean, some nice starts to the maps, able to put up good percentage, but then as control is taken away from them, it just completely spiraled out of control for them.
I mean, this is a Dreamer squad that almost didn't even make the knockouts. They almost didn't even make the Open. They were 5th, 6th seed coming in. Had to play through a last chance qualifier from Contenders Korea to even get their shot at making the Overwatch League in terms of this knockout bracket. Went down 0-3 to Pokerface in the very first day of the knockouts. Had to fight their way through the lower bracket by beating the Seoul Dynasty 3-0 before beating Pokerface again in the revenge match. And now, starting 1-0 versus Guangzhou Charge, the first seed from Overwatch League in the East. And that first map wasn't close. I mean, it was competitive. but it wasn't close at 2-0, where just about across the board, you'd have to say the Dreamer players kind of outplayed the 5 and the Guangzhou Charge. But I think the copium here for the Guangzhou Charge is, I don't think Ilios is going to be their strongest map. It's not their strongest comp. You're seeing, you know, you're seeing something that isn't the standard Piggy Winston, Jimmy Hanzo, Choi Tracer lineup. That is the real bread and butter of the Guangzhou Charge composition and their team strength. If they can just keep playing that, that's where they're going to be good. That's both a strength and a weakness. As I said earlier in the pre-show, them basically only one trick in composition is a little bit awkward, but if it's what works, it's what works.
Well, work it did while we were comparing these two so far, you know, as far as the knockout stage was concerned, you know, with their statistics. And we saw Spectra was kind of edging out over Colosseo 1, and yet again here after the first map, of course with the victory, he's able to do so once more.
And despite the damage per 10 being slightly higher, but not by a lot, by what, like 180 there, it's everything else. It's the elims, the final blows, focusing beam kills, the deaths as well being much lower. And beyond that, an interesting stat line that's not represented in the per 10 is the total damage done. So while the per 10 damage was slightly high by Choi, I don't know how the math works, Seth, but technically speaking, Spectra's overall damage size 7,222 to Choi's 6,997, and that's despite Choi having a higher per 10. So that is a little bit wonky to me in terms of how that ended up being. But yeah, there was a 300 damage differential in favor of Spectra despite being lower on the damage per 10. That's weird.
Well, Guangzhou Charge have elected to go to King's Row. I don't think this is going to be a terrible shock to anybody who's been paying attention. And they should feel much more at home and can run, you know, their more standard compositions of the Tracer and the Hanzo here on this map. But Dreamers, they do have that momentum on their side, and they should have, you know, been able to anticipate this. So let's see if they're going to be able to counter-strat them and just, you know, diff them once again, because that backline, Xerneas and Faraway, were not having a good time. I
think they're going to have a much better time on a map like this with there's less flanks to worry about. Beyond that as well, you think about what is one of the best Hanzo maps in the entire pool, not just on this game mode, but all the game modes. Definitely King's Row. King's Row is the Hanzo map. Super long sight lines. Not long enough for a Widow to dominate, but certainly long enough for a Hanzo to dominate. And then enough choke points that the Dragon Strike is going to get immense value. So if there is one map that you really think, okay, the Guangzhou Charge, this is it for them. This is where the Hanzo composition works the best. It's got to be on King's Row. So if Guangzhou Charge don't win this map, you have my permission to be worried. But for now, I think Charge have a good shot here. In fact, Charge are definitely favored on this map.
All right, well, let's see if they can tie us up, turn this into a series, so that we can have one on our hands. Or if Dreamers are just going to be able to steamroll, I mean, they're going to be first on the defense. Looks like they are looking to match as Easy Han out with the Hanzo, Spectra as well. They're on that Tracer, so we should end up in a full mirror after Jimmy just goes ahead and swaps.
And to no one's surprise, I don't know if we talked about this already, but Dreamer coming back in over Liga is what you'd expect for a map like this. Also, it's technically more standard for Dreamers as well to be playing Dreamer in, playing that Winston. Spectra back on the Tracer, which he's extremely good job of so far in this knockout. That'll be the real test, right? You beat Choi, at least by a little bit on the Echo, but can you do it on the Tracer?
I mean, if that's the metric, and if you can get done, I mean, hey, welcome to the final. Again, Faraway, going to be isolated. Dreamer just diving in on top, finds that kill. It looks like he's going to be able to make it out without getting punished as well. Chipped down to about half, but Missing is just going to be perfectly fine with that. So you can go ahead and fast-track that Nano.
Speaking of something
above Faraway at the moment.
Speaking of something that was missing, Xerneas was not next to Faraway there, so Xerneas preoccupied. The opportunity was found, speaking of which, Jimmy will just do it from long range. Dreamer has to dive in to get a flex support. Jimmy can do it all the way from base.
Yeah, and with that kill coming in, now Dreamer going to be antied out. Jimmy gets a headshot. Kills found. Gonna have to wait for these run backs. That means the Guangzhou Charge can start occupying the point. First tick already going to be picked up here with just a minute gone.
Still opportunity for the retake though. Dreamer respawning just in time. Okay, no, he's too far away. Never mind. I think they need a Lucio here, so not quite the right comp for the retake. Spectre would have to go for the touch. Maybe if Dreamer died first, right? It was Missing that died first. Dreamer dies second. If Dreamer dies first and that order was reversed, then you could probably see possibility of a retake coming in. But yeah, 2 kills from Jimmy equals a point capture.
That it does. It's simple maths that everybody can do at home. Deep dive there. Colosseo 1 going to be forced out. We'll see if Dreamers can try to establish some of this archway control here. Lock him up in the choke point. Dragon Strike, however, still far away on either side. That'd be a really good one.
Oh.
Good tool to have to try to open
That's
things up.
nice.
One gets a stick, and it's going to be Donglan take it down. Nice and early. Answering pulse bomb out from Spectra. Not going to be able to find an elimination, however. Streamer going to be antied out. Primal still in his back pocket. Just tucks indoors. Grabs that Mega Pack. Keeps himself alive. 5 HP, by the way, on Easy Han, who's still not receiving any healing, and he won't, because he's just going to be taken out. Joyce Wan able to scoop 2 kills. Finds Missing. Finds the Hanzo. Dreamer now dead, and yeah, it's a much different look here on King's Row so far. This Guangzhou Charge just absolutely steamrolling their way through.
Now, like I said, this is the comfort for the Guangzhou Charge. This is what they practice. This is what they know. Beyond that as well, the timing was so excellent for Choi, as you see the nano coming through from Dreamer and then instantly the stick from Choi onto Donglan. Had the stick happen earlier, or if the stick happens first, I'm pretty sure Missin puts the nano onto Donglan instead to save his life, but no Brig in that fight. Dreamer, despite the nano, goes down to critical HP. They're all stuck inside the pub, and they cannot get out. Easy Han at 1 HP, can't do anything about it.
Looking to get this high ground, but again, Dreamer going to be forced back, batted away. Does have to use the Primal eventually, as Piggy was so very close to taking him down. Now we'll look to try to get into the back line. Appeal, rather, for the rest of his team. Piggy just going to be knocked off the high ground. The Dragon Strike finds Spectra. Jimmy again with an opening pick. The cart just a couple meters left to go before they get that 1.5-minute bump up. It's inching forward. The contest needs to come through, and it's not going to happen in time. Donglan now going to end up falling. It's 4:40 in the time bank here for the side of the Guangzhou Charge. Choice Wan takes a much deserved nap. And the cleanup comes through. A little extended team kill, but Guangzhou Charge, I mean, right now, with the way that they're pushing, this is looking like at least a 3:45.
It's a Charge are going to get a monstrous time bank here. Dreamers haven't won a fight yet. I mean, okay, they won an early skirmish when Dreamer dives onto Faraway, but you can hardly call that one a fight. That was just a singular pick, right, as you mentioned. So far, Dreamers, they just cannot find a defensible position. Even when they try to contest B at the end there, Guangzhou Charge at the superior positioning on the high ground. Finally trying to put a bit of pressure onto Jimmy, but he's putting out all the damage at the moment. Still hasn't died. In fact, Faraway's been the only death. That one death on Faraway, that's it.
Oh, I mean, Jimmy just kind of dropping off the top, finds Spectra, Storm Arrows take him down. Nano was used, just keep Piggy alive for the time being, as Streamer's trying to make use of his own Nano. He can test this Hanzo at long last, but even then, still is being forced back. Primal has to be invested. Xerneas will fall. Don't hit it. Able to find that kill. Nice little anti, but Jose Wan immediately going to recall. Cleanses that one off himself. Piggy finds one, but Spectre does finally start getting involved. Starts picking up the pace here. Pulse bomb in. Will find Piggy, and it seems like finally Dreamers will be able to put an end to this push, but so much distance gained here from the side of the Guangzhou Charge because of the speed.
Yeah.
They still have so much time to chew through.
Well, Dreamers managed to sort of split the attention of the Guangzhou Charge there. Donglan finds an opportunity to jump on top of Xerneas. That certainly didn't happen alone. It wasn't just a Brig 1v1, but Xerneas goes down in either case. So it's opening the floodgates for Dreamers to start making this minor comeback on the defense available, as Donglan finds a second.
Bit of an attempt to predict there on that pulse bomb drop. Doesn't find anything for it. Piggy cleaving down 2. Dragon Strike again finding value here from Jimmy. Takes out Donglan. Now Missing going to be gone. Asleep. The headshot. It's an easy cleanup here for the Guangzhou Charge to get themselves a team kill and once again push the cart forward. Now rounding the final corner.
This is one of those moments where Dreamers have 1 step forward, 2 steps backwards. They will be able to get the early picks, but then fail to clean up the secondary fight there, the main trunk of that. Guangzhou Charge will be able to push on through. They need this nano now because we don't really have ultimates anymore. Dreamer could go down here. Very close to death.
Nearly was able to get the one clip. Faraway stays alive, sustains. Xerneas keeps him in the fight. Nano now going to be invested, goes over to Piggy. He gets himself into the back line again, trying to threaten down the Ana, and he will be able to do so. Nano was used, goes towards Dreamer. Easy Han with a nice headshot, peels, gets rid of Jimmy, which is obviously a big boon for them, but they're still bleeding members dry here over on the card itself. Donglan trying desperately to stay alive, but Choi Se-wan gets in from behind, finds that kill, and now it's exactly a meter left to go, and with Dreamer falling, the cap can come through. So, I mean, all things considered, decent time buying from the side of Dreamers. They're able to work them down from a 4:40-ish down to 2 minutes, but this puts so much more pressure on them to have a strong attack themselves, and just given the immediate switch up in the level of play that we're seeing from the Guangzhou Charge, I'm not sure if it's going to be possible.
I mean, that's only 1.5 fight wins for Dreamers on that defense there, and I say half because they at least had a good start to one of the fights they actually lost, but still a lost fight in either case. And the final fight itself, for me, came down to a sleep differential. You see what happens there where Piggy jumps in, has a nano, and off the back of that nano runs down Missing, who tries to get the sleep dart off. Misses what is, in my opinion, a fairly close range sleep dart that you should be hitting if you are an Ana player. Doesn't hit that, dies for it, and then on the opposite end, Dreamer jumps in for Faraway, instantly gets slept. Nothing he could do about that. And Guangzhou Charge, they're able to dart their way around Dreamer fairly effectively. And Piggy's still online, on the payload, doing all he needs to do for Charge to be able to collect the rest of the wins. So, yeah, could have been a very different story at the end there. Small micro differences, but I think a lot of that map was already written on the board in terms of how much time Charge already had on the time back 4:30 going into C. How one-sided Kings Row was that entire way through. Considering what it took about a fight and a half into C before we even saw the second final blow come through from Dreamers. Remember, the only kill they had for most of that map was just the early dive from Dream on a far away. That's it.
We need to be a bit more proactive and precise here out the gate. A lot of that pressure is going to come down to Easy Han to find some opening picks. We saw what Jimmy was able to do. 2 kills, point cap comes in. If Easy Han can replicate that, they're going to be in with a pinch. But Piggy, Jimmy, already getting pressured out. Good dive here onto the high ground, forces them back, but doesn't find the eliminations that they so desperately need.
And importantly as well,
taking some pot shots.
Importantly as well, 2 of the kills that Jimmy got, one of them was on the tank, so you need to be able to find that as well. Easy Han will instead be the first blood on the attacking end as going to Charge move to force Dreamers back.
I mean, Choice One is just right here into the back line. No one's really even looking at him. Good anti goes across, but there's no one really to reply. Easy Han's gonna go for the Widowmaker here, try to get a little pickup, but very quickly has to abandon that one, so it's back over to the Hanzo.
Just one of those spawn things, you know, Charge might be overcommitting. Good opportunity for the Widowmaker to find a pick there. As we head back into the normality of attacking, it's back over towards the Hanzo. You don't lose any ult charge there, so it's fine. Choi already sitting on a pulse bomb, so lots of damage done as we saw him just running over down members.
Spectre nearly there with one of his own. Another anti, this one onto Xerneas. They take him low, but the heal's coming through, far away. Looking like he's going to be first to the Nano. Now it has it built up, missing not too far behind. Opened up on either side. It's going to be Jimmy.
Oh, Jimmy got Nano.
Here for the side of the charge, so yeah, it goes over to him. Xerneas, the pulse bomb comes across. It's going to be Xerneas taken out of the fight before the rally can come into play. Donglin, an opportunity to try to catch up as the dive goes into the back line. The primal popped, and far away, there's no peel for this guy. Ends up getting cleaved down. Piggy now going to be anti out, no healers, so will end up falling. Good kills here for Dreamer, and that should be the cap coming in.
Yeah, and Piggy kind of delivers himself to Dreamer as well. Didn't realize that Dreamer was already well into truly in the back line with the primal. Should remember to pick up a second there as Piggy thought he was going to be saved, diving back over towards far away. You would have, in some terms, have considered, man, that feels like an overcommit from Dreamer to pop the primal, but at the same time, that's how they're able to take away the first point. You guarantee the kill to Faraway after he sleeps Dreamer. Again, Faraway's been pretty on point with those sleeps on the Winstons. For the Dreamer's side, we're able to get, I think, a better Nano. Nanoing Jimmy is certainly a choice to make. Nanoing Piggy, I think, would have been the better choice given that Piggy was already on half HP.
I mean, in hindsight, really, we'd love to have it for Xerneas to just try to keep him alive in that pulse bomb.
That's true as well. Yeah.
Either way, speaking of Xerneas, Dragon Strike is going to find him. Easy Han able to take him down, but Dreamer going to fall. Cart, however, still pushing forward. Guangzhou Charge just giving up space. Don't want to play without that rally. So we'll make it through the initial choke point here. Piggy as well going to be forced back once more. Good anti. Jimmy gets himself up onto the high ground, but there's no immediate threat, so he will be able to survive.
So the final ledge climb there, like we're playing a platformer game, that nearly didn't work out for him. He would have been back onto the ground, bionated up. This is where Dreamers will be able to get a decent amount of progress. Both Nanos will be coming online shortly, but it will be Piggy sitting on the primal, which is very important for this final defense on B. Double rallies to be popped this fight as well. Charge just giving Dreamers a bit of space.
Made the Donghun. Made out. Not going to find anything there from Spectre, so Pulse Bomb going a little bit wide. Just only found a smattering of damage. Jimmy chugged out, finished off. Dreamer finds that kill as the Nano comes across. Rally now going to be rolling on either side. Donghun using his in response to Xerneas. Just get taken low. Piggy desperately trying to force them back. The primal is in his back pocket, so can try to clear the cart. And for a second, looked like he was going to get taken down. Jimmy now going to be swapping over to the Widowmaker. Spectre does fall. Xerneas with a whip shot. Able to find that elimination. Piggy taken lower and lower, looking for the kill. And Choi Se-wan, well, he will be able to get the stick. He will get taken down as well. Nice sleep from Missin to make sure that it's not going to be just a free little pickup, but widely the fight still goes the way of the Guangzhou Charge, especially as Dreamer will fall in the back end. So Cart going to be halted up, but it's still good time here for Dreamer. So if they can get back in, get this Cart pushing through once again, they might be able to tie this up.
Well, Jimmy's on the wrong hero now, unfortunately. Widowmaker is not great on this point. The only reason Jimmy's on the Widowmaker is because it has more instant impact and quicker out for spawn. You can hook shot right up towards...
Well.
Okay, well, he gets the kill to Missin. Let's just chill out for a second. Yes, he does get that kill. Once Missin respawns and Dreamers realize, okay, Jimmy stayed on the Widowmaker, how do we play around the different angles here? Because you have to remember, Kings Row B, not the most amazing sightlines for a Widowmaker. You do have to get past the Infra sight. He's sniping some whatever angles he can find, really. And again, he's on this hero because it was quicker out of spawn to recontest B.
Let's see if we can find some more value. Infosight now does come up. Certainly does buy a bit more time, a bit more space here for Guangzhou Charge. Just push coming through. Knowing that he's revealed, Spectre's still willing to take the fight. Wants to at least just force him off the angle, which he had. But how do they get back in? You just have to wait it out. So now Infosight going to be gone. So they can once more try to get themselves over the cart.
You can't over-respect the Widow here either. Like, you should respect it a little bit. But, like, if you're over-respecting it, Dreamer's just playing into the hands of Jimmy. Like, you're giving him too much room to work with. You're not pressuring where you should be. And now that pressure does come through at least a little bit. Dreamer wants to dive in deep.
I mean, he just kind of shrugs it off. Pulse Bomb, great stick, though. Does find far away Spectra. The one to try to lead them into this push once again, where the card has rolled back so very far. Rally going to be rolling. Jimmy now going to be taken down. Two nice picks here for the side of Dreamers. They're down to a minute remaining. Can they find more? Jimmy going to be respawning. The card again, advancing forward. They can test. Can come through for charge. Final fight to try to make sure that they cannot get this across the line, but Piggy needs to go in for the contest. Dragon Strike. Piggy goes up over the top of that one, sleeping over the ult. Gets antied out. Nano goes.
Missleep again.
Nano's available. Using it though. Jimmy again taken down. Dreamer jumping into the back line, managing to find that elimination. Nano goes over to Donghan to try to keep him alive. But he killed. The cap comes in. They stop contesting it. That's going to be 2 minutes now in the time bank here as Piggy will fall. Dreamers, they should be able to get this cart rolling once again.
I mean, it had to be Choi to go for the touch there, but he was already distracted a little bit further back. Piggy was going for a lot of deep primals. Once more missing, needed to hit that sleep to try and shut down Piggy. You would have felt that Dreamers had the better positioning, though. They already had the picks coming on through. Piggy was doing a decent amount of, rather Dreamer was doing a decent amount of the backline of the charge. Speaking of which, Xerneas will now change over to the Zenyatta. This is something that Charge do often on the Kings Row C defense, where their explanation for this is there's not a lot of flanking angles anyway, so it's not like you have to worry about playing a more aggressive or more, I think, greedy backline in terms of double flex support. Xerneas feels pretty safe on the zone here.
Let's see if we can find some picks. But, I mean, just breaking down Dreamer on those dives, obviously going to find value with the Discord orb, so don't mind it too much, but he needs to keep himself safe. For now, hasn't really been the focus from the side of Dreamers. They do have nearly 4 ults banked as soon as Zizihan gets that Dragon Strike, but it's very much the same for the side of the Guangzhou Charger, working their way towards 5. Xerneas going to be the one that's lagging behind just a little bit more. Pulse Bomb goes out from Spectra, not going to be able to find the stick, not going to be able to find the kill this time around. Dreamer will find Jimmy, but then gets swiftly taken down in the back end. Zizihan, however, doubles up, manages to find far away before the Nano can come through, which would have been a big bailout for Piggy, who now has fallen as well. 3 kills, Rally rolling, Donghan just giving everybody that green HP, trying to keep them alive. Contest comes in, Choice and just so very low, ends up getting taken down. Dragon Strike not really going to dissuade them, and they manage to push it through to the end. So we get to go to extra innings, a minute here for Dreamers, 2:37 for the side of the Guangzhou Charge.
That was a must-win fight for Dreamers as well, because if they fail that fight and they have to reset, they must push an OT, and if you push an OT versus time on the clock for the Guangzhou Charge, you are in a draw-only scenario. So Dreamers had to get it done there or not at all. I don't think they would have been able to do too much if they were in a draw-only scenario. Charge would have most likely have easily taken 1 tick off of the time that they had. And this is the outplay that we saw a little bit early on. That despite Choi getting the Pulse Bomb, Missin will just run it into his face.
Like I said, nothing for free. Just take him down with you, and it's still going to be value. Well, Dreamer's able to persevere.
Hashtag still killed 2 on the Pulse Bomb, I think. But,
yeah. Does that contribute to Pulse Bomb kill stats?
You should lose one if you,
That's true.
kill yourself there. Most arena shooters of past in the duels, you know, if you crater or, you know, you end up killing yourself somehow, you go down negative in a point in a kill. And Overwatch, we are looking at
team killing, which obviously we don't really have, so.
Unless you're a Life Weaver, pulling somebody into the well or off the map.
Or Symmetra, placing a teleporter and having people run off the side of, you know, Li Zhang, for example.
There are ways to grief the teammates in this game if you are inclined to do so. Let's see if during
that happened in a contenders match recently, didn't it? Like 3 people jumped off the side of the map off the back of a sim teleport.
I can't recall. Sounds like NA to me.
I believe it was. So we've got Missin under a little bit of duress here. Jump up onto the high ground. Piggy trying to contest, but Dreamer to the rescue. And what an overcommit Gets taken down, and that is a big opening here. The Dreamers even getting a couple ticks. Obviously, keeps them with a shout.
He just face checks Easy Han and gets destroyed by the arrows, and Easy Han will keep going.
Okay, Easy Han does get dealt with far with an aid. Able to trade that one back. Piggy gonna be looking to rejoin here as quickly as he can. Makes his way back over, but the cap, it's getting ready to come through. Contest is there. Choice able to buy some time. Xerneas now going to be dropping down. Sleep across, as you say. Duncan going to be taken out. Now Missing going to be eliminated as well. But the cap comes in. They manage to clear it out. They find this. Now it's in overtime.
Yeah.
And Guangzhou Charge losing out of the supports. They now need to try to recontest this one in the choke point. Jimmy, however, doing God's work, does manage to find two. Gets a third. Spectre going to be dealt with, and Jimmy says, the cart, that's all you get. Finds another. They eventually clear him out. No one else can recontest. So they have to get the cap. They barely have to move it at all. But my God.
They got to get the cap.
Jimmy, he popped off at the end, but yeah, the cap still needs to come through. So this is still very winnable for Dreamers.
And the really tragic part for the Charge there was they actually started to win that final fight before the cap came on through. You saw both Dongan and Missing go down. That was not any more a winnable fight for the Dreamers, as proven by the fact that as soon as the cap came through, they lose the fight anyway, despite the closer respawns. Charge were on momentum to actually prevent the cap. They just... I don't know if I dare to call that one a C9, because I can't remember the exact game state of where the Charge members were. I believe they were also down. Piggy was sleeping. So it's not like they had full members alive. But Charge were, you know, they got the frags. So whatever happened there, they got the frags, but they couldn't hold on to the point. It could end up costing them. We'll see if it does end up costing them, because as much as we say that, okay, well, the payload stops right outside the beginning of B, that being the case, they still have to actually finish capping A, which is a challenge in and of itself. Jimmy's going to have to do some magic again, where in regulation time, he had the two-piece, one of which was on Dreamer, that allowed them to cap. I don't know if it'll come that easy again, but it is Jimmy.
I mean, again, it was 2 kills and a cap. Just in the regular play of the map, so let's see if that happens once more. As Easy Han, I mean, he doesn't even want to try to challenge that angle. He just backs away.
Let's see what the early setup is first. I mean, you also have to worry a little bit about far away here. He has to mark where Dreamer is to die to him last time. This time, Xerneas gets much closer to far away to prevent that dive from succeeding.
Spectra playing out the front. Just grabs that mini pack for now. Far away. Taken low, but the heals quickly come across. This Charge start inching their way forward. Presence here on the point. Is Piggy gonna get focused out, and he cannot exit. Nice shots here from Miss, and finds the elimination. Not even an assist on the back end of that one, so yeah, a lot of the work being done there by the Ana. There's Easy Han abandoning one to go up there onto the high ground as soon as he sees Jimmy, but then turns the sights to Choice A1, gets the headshot.
Xerneas is committed.
Initial shutdown coming through. Xerneas finding one, but then it's quickly dealt with, and looks like Guangzhou Charge gonna have to go for a full reset.
Yeah, it's a low value pick as well, because Spectre is a tracer player, comes back very quickly into the fight, so you're not really going to be able to take advantage of that. And by the time Xerneas is in position to push, Spectre's already back, and you're right, the pulse is online now. The one good thing they got out of that fight for the Charge was that Far Away has a 20%-ish lead on Missing. You gotta go now, and there it is.
Look at Easy Han versus Jimmy right now. Pressuring him out would be great. Jimmy does find that elimination, so the Dragon Strike now not going to come into play. Has to respawn and rejoin. Nano expiring. Piggy there on the high ground, still behind as far as having that
Dreamer,
so he is at risk, but Jimmy gets the headshots through. Dreamer slept. Just absolutely executed there on the floor. Could not use the primal, and that might just be his map-winning play here for the side of the Guangzhou Charge.
And he was out of position as well in terms of being so far forward around the statue. Missing didn't have LOS, couldn't nano him. You were looking for either the nano or the primal to come through, and neither of them could be committed. What a sleep from Xerneas Far Away.
97% built up there. Xerneas now popping the rally. Pulse bomb at the ready for Choice A1. And he goes across on a Piggy. Now, Donghun going to be the first to fall. 8% shy of having a rally of his own. Dreamer leaping into the back. They give up the cap. Cart getting ready to roll forward. Now Spectra gone. It seems like Guangzhou Charge should be able to make this one happen. Nano in on the Easy Han as he desperately looks for a target. But, I mean, the bubble's just blocking him. He doesn't really have any great avenues. He's worried about the push coming in from behind. And the push will eventually, the push, in quotations, will come through for the Guangzhou Charge. So they will tie it up 1-1, but they certainly had to work for it.
Well, at the end they did. I think most of King's Row, when you consider regulation time, was very much Charge favored. Things got a little bit dicey for Charge towards the end. And when I say that, I mean, okay, they lost like one fight realistically in camp with 2 minutes instead of like 3 minutes. The Dreamers, they only capped with about 30 seconds, which got boosted to the 1 minute. Given the time bank got a lot closer there, Dreamers actually capped out the point. But for Dreamers, if they allow Charge to cap at all, it's basically done because the payload didn't move after capping. And for the Guangzhou Charge, they can easily finish the map from that point onwards. Man, Dreamer getting rinsed the way he did, no Primal, no Nano, really hurts for the team. And beyond that as well, Missing got super scatterbrain afterwards, didn't know who to Nano. Dongan was low HP, didn't Nano the Brig. Dreamer, Primal, okay, don't Nano him. You could have Nanoed Spectre, you went for Easy Han. Didn't end up working out. Dongan dies, Dreamer dies. That's it for Dreamers.
Definitely a bit rattled there at the end, but we do have a tied-up series now. Good answer back here from the side of the Guangzhou Charge, but still getting pressed in certain ways. So Dreamers certainly not out of this. Now they have their map pick as we get ready to go to Escort. We'll see what they choose and whether or not they can regain the lead for themselves and take this to match point. Again, they have to battle their way through the Guangzhou Charge, then Hangzhou. If they want to be a contenders representative at Midseason Madness, they certainly can make it happen. We'll see what happens when we come back from the break, so don't go anywhere. We are back and all tied up in a 1-1. Kings Row is the map pick of Guangzhou Charge after dropping Ilios. they managed to get the win, but it was still very close and down to the wire. They barely managed to edge it out in some extra innings, but they do get the win. Now, and we get Dreamers, Team Dreamers, coming back in with their map pick on Escort. We will see Liga now rejoining.
I'm thankful that the team gets a lot less confusing to cast when Liga is in rather than Dreamer. We've got Dreamer and Dreamers, but I will just highlight something interesting from that last map of Kings Row. There was only one player that had double digits on final blows. You can guess who it was. It was Jimmy, and not only did he get double digits, it was 17. The next highest was 9. That was 9 from both Dreamer and Choice 1, but my goodness, dude, 17 on Jimmy's Hanzo. He was doing some real work, and we saw the number of multi-frags he had, and the time bank as well had a 4K. So, you know, charge, as soon as they get back on the Hanzo comps, Jimmy, he starts doing what he does best.
Yeah, I mean, you got a quarter of them, you know, at the end of that, that OT push coming through from Dreamers. Just 4 kills to go ahead and, you know, lock that cart in place once they had grabbed it. A really good effort there from Jimmy. It was a bit of a slow start, you know, but some good punishes found from Dreamers, but widely, at the end, you cannot deny Jimmy. He will find a way to pound, and that he did. But we now have map pick coming through, so we'll see if they elect to go somewhere that maybe disables the Hanzo a little bit more.
Take a look at far away stats from that last map as well, who did a really good job shutting down Dreamer. And despite all that, Dreamer still managed to get 9 final blows and had some decent output, including the one jump he had early on into Faraway, and Faraway didn't let him forget it. That was probably one of the biggest differences for me in that map, Faraway versus Missin, where, you know, in terms of difference of players slept and when those sleeps happen, Faraway had a lot more impact. And you want to talk about maps we can get rid of, well, I don't know about getting rid of the Hanzo, because I think this is still a good Hanzo map, but at least changing things up, going back to Diva, going back to Liga's picks instead. Rialto is that map. So this is makes a lot of sense as to why Liga will be coming back in. Liga did a super good job on map 1 and Ilios, and I think Dreamers want to repeat that success.
I mean, that was where the backline for the charge was the most vulnerable. I mean, because they were playing that Diva Echo composition as if they were playing Winston, Tracer, Dive, you know, even with the Sombra in the mix. They just identified a target, the Diva arrived, that Echo was right there, and they're able to find kill after kill to just, you know, be able to take that first map 2-0. So if they can replicate that, then I think Dreamers are going to be in a really good spot. So we'll see how they fare as we get ready to go into this one, whether or not they can regain the lead or if it's going to be Guangzhou Charge advancing forward.
I also think this is very much a Sombra map rather than a Hanzo map, so that will be interesting for the Charge, given that I don't think they'll opt for the Sombra at all. That's not really something they play. And for Dreamers, on both attack and defense, Sombra very strong, and we see pretty much every other team play Tracer Sombra here. And Easy Han is not going to shy away.
That he is not. And already there with the lock-in, Jimmy with the Hanzo, unsurprising completely.
Finally going to lock the Zen. That is interesting. Because I think he's just going to end up being hacker bait. He's going to be dive bait for sure. You'd have to imagine Anna does a much better job of self-peeling and dives versus what a Zen is going to be able to do. Farway's going to be in potentially a lot of trouble here. Both Piggy and Xerneas will have to do a really good job peeling.
I mean, they have to stay glued together. A lot of the times that we've been seeing, you know, Faraway getting picked was because Xerneas wasn't there next to him. So unless they can course correct that and make sure they are attached to the hip, like you said, could be a very easy target here for the side of Dreamers, who are first on the attack. So let's see how they fare now.
By the way, you see the supports all stacked together with Piggy on that first high ground, which means they're not on the further back high ground, and because of that, you can imagine Easy Han can work a lot of different angles in terms of getting big flanks on, a lot of space control here. You see his translocator super far away, so he's farming up front, then he's going to TP behind the charge.
Shots across as they look to push their way out the side room here. Sleep Dart will connect over onto Faraway, but with Spectre gone, it's not that many threats to really deal with this Zenyatta. Choice A1 as well going to find Missin. And the trade-up starts coming through, but it's a nice answer back. But with both supports gone, Dreamers, this push, I'm not sure how much longer it's going to be able to continue, especially as Liga now gets knocked out of the mech and finished off there by Faraway. A good opening volley here, good opening defense, I should say, from the side of the charge, and we're going to get a pause.
Would have liked to have seen Charge maybe stagger Liga's Baby Diva a little bit more, just because you want to give a little bit of space for your own defenders to come back in. Dreamers, rather, Charge did lose a couple there. Especially for, I think, Xerneas will need a bit of time. I mean, Hanzo, for Jimmy as well, needs a little bit of time to get back in. So just a little bit more of a stagger onto the Baby Diva would have helped that. I still think they should be able to enable the 5v5 charge. Might have to give up a little bit of space here as their members come on in. good pick off. So I think if you're Dreamers and you lose that fight, getting a couple of trades, ensuring that charge, will have to cede a little bit of space is important. Once you start choking them out of that space, that's when you start enabling, you know, your dives via the ultimates. I think has Nano already been played? It possibly has been.
I don't recall.
And sorry, no. Yeah, I'm looking at the incorrect. No, it's 58%. So Mission's at 58%. Easy Hunt at 54 towards the Sombra. So those ultimates still need a little bit of time to cook, and this is where, you know, you want to be able to take away some space and finally get that dive in when you can get that Nano.
Well, let's see if we get any updates here on it, what exactly is going on. And hopefully we can get things underway once again and then continue. It looks like it is just a mic issue here on the side of the Guangzhou Charge, so obviously we want to make sure that everybody can communicate. So we'll just get ready to go back into this one. Seems like everything is taken care of. So once Jimmy has his stretch, we can go back into game. And there we go.
We'll see defensively where the Charge are going to be able to get the members all stacked up as a 5. You can see the silhouette's okay. Jimmy's there now. Zerny is trying to make his way over.
Good spy checking there from Piggy. Caught him as he tries to get into the flank, and it looks like they might have noted him as well here on the back end.
You'll remember that Easy Han solo killed Jimmy in the... Look at that last fight as well. Good heat from Liga, but the looser player.
Yeah, now they're losing 2, 3. Piggy as well going to be getting involved. Finds Missing. Liga will be able to take down Faraway. So it's not without cost, and obviously a little bit of a slower run back there for the Zenyatta. He's got to hover his way back across the bridge, but widely, just such a big trade up here. And the late kill on the Liga means that he will be able to get back in here fairly quickly. So Guangzhou Charge for now maintaining control. 2 minutes left to go here for Dreamers. Right now, 2 ults to speak of. Easy Han getting tagged again. Noted they're just doing such a good job of tracking the Sombra.
Yeah, that's super annoying for Easy Han. I was going to say, at least killing Faraway is probably the best pick that Dreamers have had so far, because that's the longest respawn distance, and Faraway could have been spawn camp there as well, but as the fight goes forward, it's a 1-to-1.
Okay, they do find a kill. Jimmy gonna get taken, just get clipped by that pulse bomb. Seems like he just maybe didn't have the leap off cooldown, so couldn't use it. Faraway as well, gonna get run over. Xernea's falling. It seems like at long last, Dreamers should be able to get this cart pushing forward, but there's still enough time for a recontest here for the Guangzhou Charge.
But Faraway actually went off the map. We heard the environmental death sound there, so he was close enough to the little river that he just gets pushed in. Now the EMP is available for Dreamers, and this is where they're getting a decent amount of payload push. Closer they get to the archway, bigger value the EMP is going to be. Easy Han's already set up there. He already knows what he needs to do.
Transcendence at the ready. And Transcendence is going to be coming through, but he's just not close enough to Xerneas to actually keep him alive. Spectra managing to find that elimination is absolutely huge here for the side of Dreamers. Far away now as well as that healing expires, gets taken out. Pulse bomb from Colosseo does not find a stick, does not find a kill. Self-destruct now going to be forced from Piggy, but the Baby Diva is already dead. He will get 1 as a parting gift, but the cap comes through all the same. So Dreamers now moving through into A, but this is where the real battle begins. 3 minutes and 15 seconds to try to get themselves to B.
And that's the problem with Transcendence, right? Is Faraway ends up overcommitting into the point. He's only support alive. Xerneas is already down. He transfers in on towards the point. After the trance is gone, what's he going to do as a Zenyatta? Probably just die on the point. Ideally, Xerneas is the one alive rather than Faraway, because at least the Brig can tank a little bit longer. But for the Charge, they're already in a losing position. EMP waiting on the sidelines at the archway. It's exactly where you want it to be. For Dreamers now. Dreamers now can... Well, they can get past this first area B. They should be pretty safe. A lot of long-range damage for Charge that they have to worry about.
Easy Han. Again, being noted. Jimmy with a headshot, though. Finds Missing. Gets Easy Han as well. See if he gets anything else here on the back end. As they want to knock Liga out of this mech. Looks like they won't quite be able to achieve that. Pulls around the corner. Need some healing.
They'll get him, surely. Liga in 1.
Oh, no, they back away. Colosseo doesn't want to overcommit for it.
Now look at
Gets away with murder, and that's going to be the nano here for Missing.
Exactly. Missing just goes from 80% to 100% off of healing Liga right there. So, huge transference of HP into nano value. Choi is probably dead. Yeah. No!
Oh, wow. No. They don't have anything to insta-kill him. So ends up getting taken down. I mean, I guess you could have lobbed the pulse bomb there just next to him on the floor, but don't want to commit that. Want to use that for a more prime target, but he does get away. He now hacked out the bridge, being held. I mean, Jimmy right here into the front lines. Far away going to be protected. The rally now even rolling. Just to ensure that the Zenyatta can survive and get that Transcendence up, which is just 8% off. Getting nanoed, goes up onto the high ground, trying to contest, but Xerneas finds the kill. Spectre going to be taken out with a whip shot. Pressure coming through. Pulse bomb goes across. Colosseo hoping to break Liga out of the mech. Looks like with the self-destruct, he will be able to make his way back through to safety. Jimmy does get pressured out there Easy Han on the flank, finding that elimination, but it's just not going to be enough. Killing off Jimmy does not get this payload pushing, and Liga is just staggered.
I mean, he was pretty far forward anyway, so I'm not surprised he dies, but so much damage already came on through. Charge already had so many kills, doesn't really matter. The only real good news here is that Easy Han's managed to wrap all the way around to the back. So he's got full vision, can get a pretty decent EMP as well, but not in the back line. You notice that Farway's on the high ground. I would prefer Easy Han to target Farway here.
Ooh, Piggy. Okay, we'll be all right. They keep him sustained. I mean, look at Xerneas' ult charge too. 62% of that next rally. He used it in the last fight. He's just been doing a massive amount of work here for the side of the charge, but now he's going to be dead. Liga pushes forward off the back of the EMP. Easy Han, however, going to be traded, but it's going to be a trade up. Spectre will also get Jimmy, so a 2-for-1, now 3. Farway also goes down. Biggie just trying to exit, keep himself safe and alive and in the mech. Doesn't want to use that self-destruct until the rest of the team is there with him. But for now, the push can continue. Dreamers getting ready to round the second to last corner. 22 seconds remaining.
It's just barely enough time. They only just rounded the corner now. 20 seconds remaining. Final fight territory. This could be where their push ends. Charge in a good position to clean this one up.
Jimmy slaps.
Just need a little bit more. Okay, that is definitely painful to sleep. That's more painful though.
Yeah, Xerneas taken down. Good pulse there from Spectra. Piggy as well, pressured out far away. Obviously, just very limited healing throughput. Piggy going to be forced to use that self-destruct to try to get himself back into the mech, but the baby Diva will be burned down. Easy Han finding the kill now. Jimmy going to be dealt with as well. League is so low, just sat here on the cart, but there's just not enough damage to try to take him out. With Jimmy eliminated, they just can't break through that mech.
Rally.
One narrowly survives. A rally going to be used. Another pulse seat from Liga. His second one now on this map. Far away can only get Spectra before falling. And the cap will come through. So an extra minute and a half added to the time bank. Dreamers
he's swapping, isn't he?
Push through.
I think Xerneas is going for the swap here. Otherwise, the rally seems a little bit misplaced. No, not going to be a Lucio comp for the Zarya. It's going to be an Ana. Okay, so that's doubles flex support with a Zarya. That is interesting. I mean, it does read a little bit like the King's Row C scenario where Charge like to play the double flex support because they feel they can have backs against the walls. Hard for the flanks to come on through, but a lot of the C point is still very open. So if they play anywhere in the open here, it's going to be problematic.
Okay, Recon out. Spots Spectra, just trying to line him up. Spectra now, though, knowing that Jimmy is on his flank, just plays a little bit more elusively. Looks like he will be fine. Choice at launch shield bash, but still finds Strongman, and that just cuts out that rally. Really eliminating any impact that it possibly could have had. Liga as well going to be knocked out of the mech, and yeah, they are being fairly kind, it would seem. Longshot
Liga has to think about Ram
for the full stagger.
He's got to think about a Ram here, although he's got an ultimate. Is that a full self-destruct or no? Yeah, it is. Okay, so maybe not. Maybe he'll play through the self-destruct first, but time is the issue now. So I guess having an ultimate in the O2 is worth it compared to not. Easy Han also sitting on an EMP. That's going to be the ultimate that Dreamers really need to try and get some distance in. I think for Dreamers, it's not really about capping here. It'll be nice to cap, but it's more important to just get any distance.
I mean, pulse bomb attempt there from Spectra to try to get Choice A1. He goes very shy of the mark. EMP, however, does strike. Far away going to be dealt with. Xerneas as well now falling. Both supports out of the fight. Dreamers should be able to win this one out. Continue pushing forward, but still a good amount of distance that they need to cover here in overtime.
And I think getting the payload into the gallery, just into the final, section of the map is the minimum viable product for a defense on Dreamer's defensive side. And without that, it'd be a very tough situation to be in. Now, note that Piggy does have a grab, but he's got no energy, so the damage output's not going to come through from Piggy.
And he's going to be antied out, so he can't really push forward. Jimmy swaps over to the Cassidy. Grab does come through. Not going to be able to find an eat, but he's dead off the back end. Liga able to find that elimination. Stick comes in, but the Nano's there. Dolan manages to survive. Jimmy now going to be dealt with. Xerneas dead, and it looks like we are not done yet. Dreamers pushing to the very end. 0.27 meters left to go, and with the cleanup, they will make it happen. What a monstrous clutch here coming through from Dreamers to make it all the way to the end.
I mean, they just kind of run up, and the big ante coming through, that ante from missing, I think sets up Dreamers for success there totally. Charge, not in a position. Where did the bubbles go? No cleanse. I'm not too sure what happened there. But Piggy essentially runs up with the grab. Super obvious grab, which, well done to Piggy for not having that one eaten away. Because if you're Liga, you're thinking, this guy's looking like he's about to grab, to be honest with you. The double Bionade, one to Piggy, 1 and 2, I believe it was far away. No bubbles to cleanse it out from what we can tell. Piggy dying instantly. I mean, you need your tank alive for that final fight. He's not going to be the one doing the damage in the grab, but he needs to at least still keep tanking damage. And without the tank in the picture, and Jimmy also falling by very quickly, that's about it.
Well, really good push through. Now, that win condition very much set up here for Dreamers if they can have a successful defense. Looks like Longshot Charge tooling around with maybe something a little bit different out the gate, but see if Choice A1 actually does stick through with this Genji.
So just check something. The first bubble from Piggy was used on the Choi to get him to touch, which is, I think, the correct thing to do. You want your touch to be guaranteed. And then the second bubble was saved for himself, but he waited. He greeded the bubble a little bit. He went down to 100 HP and then bubbled himself. And you'd expect, okay, you bubble yourself late, but you need a bit of healing. He has to be healed a lot during that time. Didn't really get healed, and, well, comes out of the bubble. I think it was less than 200 HP, just dies.
Oh, speaking of which, Easyhon so close to getting taken down nice and early there as he was trying to get a cheeky pick on Jimmy right there in front of the spawn room. Choice A1 is sticking with the Genji. Up onto the high ground to try to farm up with the right clicks, but widely just going into that D-Matrix from Liga.
By the way, Genji's an interesting choice here. I think it's got some decent value on A, but largely not as good as Tracer. But beyond that, the Zarya is an even more interesting choice. That one I'm not too sure about. I'd rather you play Ram here.
They just juggle Jimmy around. Donghyun still does get taken out. Missing as well, going to fall. Xerneas under fire would equalize the support kill count, but looks like he is going to be able to stay alive for the time being. Guangzhou charge. You go back, grab this card eventually, and start pushing forward, because for now, hasn't really been moving up.
It's a double support difference. Yeah, okay, you lose Jimmy, but your respawn's really close. Trade it for Donghyun and Missing. Far more valuable trade, and Charge will force themselves onto the courtyard now, and I think playing the Zarya would have been much weaker earlier on, considering the high ground, low ground, but now that we're in the open, it can start to look better for this Charge composition. Nano, though, very much in the hands of Missing.
Pulse bomb out from Spectra, not going to find a kill. They were looking for Xerneas, as Easyhon will end up falling. Nice headshot there from Jimmy with the Storm Arrows. Takes out the enemy Sombra, delays that EMP that he might have been able to build up here in this extended fight. Now Liga as well going to be knocked out of the mech. Anti there in the pilot form. Donghyun has to pull back around the corner to try to stay alive, but it seems like Guangzhou charge with some relative ease are going to be able to push their way in here. So it's just shy of 5 minutes for this second stretch of the map.
It's just good momentum, isn't it? Charge pushing on through, barely losing anyone in that fight at all. What you see is the Liga's trying to put the Matrix onto Easyhon to save his life, and the Matrix must have just run out in time. That, or Liga thought that Easyhon was safe, but a stray arrow from Jimmy will catch him, enabling the 5v4. Nano goes into Donghyun, which is nice if you want a second tank, but Liga just couldn't stay alive.
Donghyun still taking some damage. Got back up, was far away. Still sat here on the bridge. It's a nice little fan out here from the side of the Guangzhou charge, occupying so much space. Easyhon goes on the hunt. Blade going to be pulled out. Choice A1 finding one. That's going to be Donghyun taken down. No. Good sleep dart comes across. Missing. Stopping him in his tracks, but the damage is already dealt. You know, the Brigida is out of the fight now. Liga taken down as well because Missing is out of position. Can't try to keep that Winston alive. The kills continue. Guangzhou charge can just push forward. Barely a minute and a half now gone.
I mean, not the sexiest Blade we've seen, but it gets the job done. He gets the one kill. I believe what happens for Choi there is he thought he had the kill onto Missing, just didn't confirm it. Well, that's a confirmation. That's true.
Combo. Yeah, that's B.
Yeah,
that's actually 5 minutes in the time bank. Somehow they have gotten to B and now have more time than they started with on the second phase of this map.
You know, the craziest part about this is, you know, for all of Zarya not being amazing the first 2 points, now you get to the point where Zarya is amazing and Piggy's got to swap off. So that is a little bit interesting to me because the C point, which is pretty much entirely flat, this is where Zarya is good. He is certainly making the choice here. We'll see if Dreamers can finally pull on through with their superior ultimates, though.
He knows what happens if Zarya is on the attack on this side of the map. He didn't want to have a Nene grab, so he just decided to move off of it. So just goes over to the Winston to try to match that one. Jimmy with another headshot. Does find Missing. That it is. Shout out to 2019. As far away, will get pressured out. Liga with a nice little kill. Just trade out on the Anas, but I mean, Easyhon Spectra just getting juggled so low, but it looks like it won't matter. Easyhon still comes away with it. Biggie taken down. Xerneas now falling. It's going to be some control here established for Dreamers. They still have 4 minutes to go through if they want to try to avoid extra innings. But, I mean, even at the very least, obviously, they get a minute added no matter what.
Yeah.
But they need to chew through this time bank.
I mean, you expect Dreamers to have won that fight given the massive ultimate advantage, also the minor compositional change. And that's what I'm saying, dude. I don't know why Piggy went Winston. Zarya is just, if you were already playing Zarya, you were already getting good momentum, you probably already had energy from the last fight. Why change? If you are going to change, go Ram. Why go Winston here? It doesn't make sense. But that mistake has been corrected now from the charge end. The Nano is in play, and now Nano targeting becomes a bit weird. You probably have to give it to Jimmy unless Piggy can farm Oh, can find energy now.
Good opportunity for it. Dragon Strike as well going to be used. It's actually Easy Han finding Jimmy with his. Asking him how does it feel. Xerneas takes out Liga. Choice A1 as well going to be taken down. Stick goes across. Xerneas going to be eliminated before he can have the rally online, which is an absolute bloodbath back and forth here. With the closer and faster respawns, I expect the Dreamers should be able to persevere, especially with Faraway taken down. So eventually Guangzhou Charge, you can see them backpedaling. They know that they need to reset.
It's just not enough. Charge need a lot more. But you still not quite enough energy there. Decent damage already, 68%. Some of that was transferred over from the previous swap. He was on Winston, and Nano never got played that fight. So, you know, we talked about the fact that the Nano advantage was there. They had the 5v4. Probably felt that they could just extend that 5v4 into a 5v3, convert it over without using ultimates. Not the case. He's now missing catches up as well. Energy.
He's just completely and utterly starved. So
he's having a hard time.
Noodle. With all this damage, so we'll see if they get pressure on him out. It's going to be another headshot from Jimmy to take out Spectra. Now invested to keep Liga in that mech. Does have to make his exit though, so space, give it up. Cart can continue pushing here for the side of the Guangzhou Charge. The Nano now goes across onto Piggy, giving him a bit more threat, but he still has no energy. What is happening? How are they playing around his bubble so well? Finally manages to catch something there with that one. And they will burn Easy Han down off the wall, swatting him like he's just a fly. Good kill. Anti out, far away, falling lower and lower. Xerneas doing his damage to try to keep him in this fight. Looks like it will work a treat. Grab goes in, pulse bomb across. They are going to be knocked out of the mech and swiftly dealt with. It seems like this should be the end now as the Dragon Strike goes across. Instantly takes out Dong Hun, finds another, and oh my god, the shot to finish things off. Jimmy getting Easy on there at the very end. It's going to be 2:46 now toward, compared to a minute. So similar time banks and extra innings for what we saw in King's Row. We'll see how much distance this time Dreamers can get.
Stop shot me Spa. I don't know who's talking about Spectra there. I'm not too sure what that means, but when Jimmy decides to pop off at the end there. that was Morse code, I think. So, we finally see the charge come through. The Nano eventually finds a bit of value on Piggy. He builds up a little bit of energy, enough to find the Grav. And then Grav comes through, drag it a little bit later on. The frags are good from the charge. The charge they'll probably struggle a little bit more than we thought, given they're, 5 minutes going to see. Certainly a bit more of a struggle. Take a look at the final stage of play again. This is the 3K on Jimmy. Dragon Strike on the point, as you'd expect, would do plenty. Just easily snipes out Easy Han, no issues whatsoever. I would have still had preferred to see the Ram instead of Zarya. I mean, given I mentioned that Piggy should have just stayed on Zarya because he already played Zarya earlier, had some ult charge and probably had a little bit of energy to play with. After doing a bit of swapping back and forth, lost that momentum. And part of the reason why you don't see Zarya in the meta at all is just for those reasons where scaling hero doesn't have the immediate value. You want to play Brawl, you want to play close range, especially on C. Most teams would have played Ram.
Well, they did not, but they still have themselves in pole position to be able to close out this map. As the push begins, let's see what kind of impact Easy Han can have as he's back over onto the Sombra rather than the Hanzo. So as far as stray random picks at long range, it's obviously going to be a bit more difficult for him.
So it's back over towards the Briggs end. Easy Han's back over towards the Sombra. It's the exact same attacking comp, exact same defensive comp. Charge were able to hold on to their position very strongly, and it looks like that will continue for now. I was going to say in the regulation time.
Spectre gone, and I mean, Choice A1 is just absolutely surging towards this pulse bomb. 14% left to go, and he's going to be able to build that up right here. Just using League like an absolute battery right now. Mesh up here, gets in right into the thick of things. Xerneas as well, diving forward. It's going to be the supports finding the initial kills here. Far away. Will end up getting taken down, but it seems like that should just about be it. Cart now going to be contested. Piggy will be demexed here on the back end, but Easy Han has to dash away. The OT starts to bleed down. Spectra needs to be the one to go in for the touch. Rights up over the top. Does manage to extend this OT for a little bit longer. It's been clutch closeouts.
There it is.
Get it. Sleep Dart. Not finding anything there for this out of missing, and Choice A1. Well, he's not missing. He gets that pulse bomb down, finds the elimination. Spectra able to trade it out. Xerneas is well going to be taken out from the opposite side. So they keep the cart contested. Jimmy just spraying out these arrows, looking desperately for some kind of pick. But now the self-destruct comes in from Piggy, looking to clear the cart. No kills going to be found. Gets himself back into the mech safely. Transcendence nearly built up as Xerneas now respawns, looks to rejoin.
Transfers fight for sure, but Easy Han's got the EMP coming online. If Easy Han finds this, it is still careful.
He's so low.
Oh, look at the HP bars.
They start plummeting right now on the side of Dreamers. Donghan trying to stay alive. The rally now online, as is the Nano. Both going to be
He's
invested in
held
all
on.
likelihood. It's Ligate's going to be taken out of the mech, though. They find one, stun out onto Piggy. Self-destruct nearly there, but they will be able to break him out moments before he's able to find it. Liga dealt with the cart, still pushing forward. EMB goes across,
Jimmy.
finds all 5 players, but Jimmy snipes Easy Han. Choi Se-won finds Donghun, and that is it. Held right in front of point A.
Man.
They cannot get the cap.
The Dreamers get a lot further than what I thought was going to happen given that OT. It was just a single touch from Spectra that enables the rest of the Dreamer squad to eventually pile on in, make that a real fight. Things were looking super dire though, and I think part of the reason why it was as close as it was is because Piggy didn't have mech. If you remember, he was on Baby D form, shooting on the payload itself, trying to farm back up. Spectra touches, and then Charge back out. And originally I was like, dude, this is a little bit weird that Charge would just over-respect Dreamers like this, given the payload space when really they should be playing forward. But the thing to remember, Piggy didn't have mech. So that moment that we saw Piggy finally get the mech back and all the way at the bridge, that wasn't even him self-destructing. That was him finally getting the remech after taking ages to find it.
Just in case.
Yeah. Well, now back onto the defense. And Dreamers need to be
Still sounds pretty poetic.
monumental in this. And Piggy, it looks like from the outset, wants to go for the Zarya. So we'll not have that high ground, low ground, instant recontest
Same
we're
strat.
gonna have. But
Same strat again. Double Shamadas. Zarya. To be fair, like, if you want to run down this Dreamers defense, which is on that high ground currently, just want to run at them through the stairway. This is not a bad comp to do it with. Bubble Choi to jump up. Piggy runs up the long way up the stairs. It's a good way to flush out the defense.
The biggest question for me is Piggy. Will he be able to actually get some energy this time around to actually become a real threat, or is he just going to be a bubble machine for everybody else to try to give them some added protection? As the push up the stairs is beginning. Looks like pretty much full squad advancing here from the side of the Guangzhou charge, and like you said, they just run at them. That forces them back here now to the outside. Shots across, good anti. That's fine too. Jimmy gonna be taken out far away as well, falling to Liga with the rockets. Nice eliminations, and the initial volley is gonna be shut down. Dreamers by themselves, second lease on life.
Oh, if they got missing that, would have been huge, because then Charge's entire team wipe would have been far more worth it. Missing would have taken age to get back in. The Donglin slightly faster with the shield bash, but no mobility on the Ana at all. And that would have forced positioning 100%. Now Charge have to kind of reset a little bit here in terms of everything. No energy once more. We saw Piggy get up to about 60 there, which is acceptable. Jimmy, whoa. Just get run down by Spectra.
Yeah, I didn't even see him, and he goes in there, gets that melee hit. Turning himself, does find Easy Han off the back of nice sleep. Donghun falling. This is where things start falling apart at the seams here for Dreamers. Missing down low eventually.
No supports either way.
Picked off. Liga, however, finding 2. Gets Piggy, gets far away, gives him a chance, gets a 3rd. Choi Se-won now going to be taken out. And it looked like this was lost, but Liga, he just brings it back from the brink.
Speaking of lost, I mean, this is the time gone down the drain. Charge onto 1 minute. Jimmy on the Sombra, as you mentioned. I don't know how I feel about this. As already mentioned, Charge, not a team that really know, well, I'm sure they know how to play Sombra, but they haven't really played Sombra. We don't have a lot of experience from the Charge on this. Beyond that as well, Jimmy's output, I mean, he has so much frag potential on the Hanzo. That is a lot less on the Sombra.
I mean, look, even if you lose the map at the end of this, I think this is still a moral victory, forcing him off of that Hanzo. Gotta feel good about that. Recall out. Spectre keeps himself safe. Looking for the sleep there, onto the blade, not gonna be able to find it. Missing, taken down now, Donghun as well,
nice.
falling just 1% shy of the rally. And Choi Se-won with the blade, it seems like that is gonna be enough damage. This time Liga cannot come up clutch. Spectre and Easy Han have to be the ones to touch to try to keep this one contested. They have good tools to maybe turn this on its head once they come back, but they need to buy time.
They still have a little bit of time. Look at the payload distance. It's far away enough that Dreamers will be able to touch for sure. And they have the much better ultimates. They have to be worried a little bit about this grab. Easy Han's been spotted. Good checking from Xerneas. And he's dead. Oh my god.
Translocated up into the air, fell right down onto the cart. Now he's going to be taken out. Grab does come through. Liga unable to find the eat. Nano invested on the Donghun to try to keep him alive. Looks like so far he will be able to persevere. Self-destruct up over the top. Liga looking to clear some space. They will be able to find far away. Piggy going to be taken down as well. Wizarding is falling. I think they might have just done it. Even with the time advantage, Guangzhou Chargers cannot make it to the end here of this OT. It will drain away, and Dreamers will close out the map. 2-1 now in the lead. Match point is theirs.
Just took so long for this Guangzhou Charge composition to get rolling because they have to make the rotations in, have to like climb up the stairs, go into the high ground, try and flush out Dreamers, who then will go around the corner, still on the pseudo high ground around the sides of the ramparts. They lose a fight there, have to reset, don't get effective enough frags, like they just barely missed out on killing Misson. That would have been the key frag in my opinion. Come back in, pop the nano for a nano blade, bubble up choice of one. That's exactly what you want, but that fight win, a huge amount of kills coming through from the nano blade, was only enough to get the payload into the open because the payload was still stuck on the choke for way too long. That gives Dreamers opportune time to get their full wave of respawns, contest for the archway, and despite EasyHan getting amazingly spy checked by Xerneas, who knew exactly where to look, EasyHan failing to get the EMP off, Dreamers won that fight 4v5. How incredible is that?
A monstrous victory, and now they have match point, so one more to go. They will have knocked out the Guangzhou Charge, one of our top-seeded teams here in APAC, and then get themselves
Literally
into
number one
yet
seed.
another battle against another Zhou team. It's insane. Absolutely insane here.
Actual number one
Dreamers-
seed team.
Yeah, I mean, they're right here. They are on the cusp. But Guangzhou Charge, again, do have their map pick to try to once again tie us up and extend this into a map 5. We'll see how they fare, though, and whether or not they can maybe force Dreamer back into this lineup, because Liga was having an absolute field day here with the Diva. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll see what the map pick is going to be as we get ready to go to push, so don't go anywhere. And we are back. Dreamers now in the lead. Jimmy asked, "Stop shot me, Spa," and Dreamers said no. They kept doing whatever that means, and then they managed to win out on our third map there of Rialto, and now have the lead, the match point in their hands, 2-1. One more map win would have them eliminating our top-seeded team and advancing into the final here of the Group A knockout to then face the Hangzhou Spark.
Not only did they not stop shotting him, they shot him so much that he went over to Sombra. And spoke plenty about the fact that when Charge goes Sombra, it typically doesn't look comfortable for this team. They need to be playing Tracer Hanzo at minimum. Echo Hanzo, Genji Hanzo, something with a Hanzo. Ideally, there's a Hanzo on this team. That's when the Guangzhou Charge are at their best. And you see, at least in my opinion, you're looking at that last fight, or the last couple fights, and the same impact from Jimmy is not there. The fact that Easy Han dies, it's a 5v4, Dreamers still win that one, you're like, oh, that's a little bit rough. But then you remember, that's right, Jimmy wasn't on the Hanzo. He wasn't doing a lot on the Sombra, sadly. And now they'll have to do a lot more on Colosseo, or as you say, one of the Joe teams will go down here in the lower bracket, and we are going to not have, we're going to be robbed of our second Joe down in this knockouts.
I mean, maybe Dreamers are just the Joe Slayers. Maybe they can get it done twice in a row. Right now, looking good, but I mean, granted, it has still been close. They're scraping by with some of these wins, aside from, Ilios, but, even getting to the end of King's Row. Barely managed to make that one happen. Barely managed to get this win on Rialto, but at the end of the day, it's all about getting the wins, and they've managed to rack up 2 of them. It's that onus on Guangzhou Charge. We mentioned, I mentioned, before the break, can they pick a map to go ahead and force, out of this lineup, bring Dreamer back in? They have done that with Colosseo.
If anyone has watched the Guangzhou Charge sort of team documentary that they made last year, it's on the YouTube page for those that are curious. You see the player interviews. Piggy was there joining the team as well. You get the real sentiment from the team that they were very much trying to make playoffs last year, even though their chances were pretty slim. Obviously quite disappointed they didn't make it. This time around, they wanted to make mid-season madness. This will be the first time the team will be able to meet themselves, meet their entire team in person, play together in person. They haven't done that yet, by the way, because Choi and Piggy have been in Korea while the rest have been in China. It's the closest they've been to an international. You'd hate to see it slip through their fingers again. Charge, they're going to have to play lights out here. They want this badly.
All right. Well, from the outset, battle here in the courtyard. Jimmy going to be antied out. Dreamer as well, getting focus fired, taking lower and lower. Looks like he does manage to pull back enough to keep himself alive, as the bot will be unlocked. So far, no initial push found. Let's see when the straight pick comes through, as I believe the recon dart connects in onto Dreamer.
Big nade, though.
Yep. Doing that on the Piggy. Takes him down to about half HP, but they can't finish the job. So until we do find a neutral pick coming through, and getting a push going, obviously going to be nigh impossible for either side. Dreamer looks to force Jimmy back. Doesn't manage to do so, but Xerneas is going to find first blood. Spectre going to be taken out. Sleep Dart does connect, but it's on the Piggy. He's not going to be too bothered by that one.
If it wasn't going to be a Hanzo finding the pick, it'd probably be like the Brig punishing a Trace or something like that. This time it'd be Hanzo punishing the Brig.
Oh, but look at the turnaround here. Xerneas is going to be taken down now. Piggy as well, falling. Choice A1 will be able to get missing. Takes out one of those supports. So the bot's still not pushing forward. Jimmy able to find another one. Zizi Han will be taken out, but then Spectre gets on top of him, finds the kill. Choice A1, Pulse Bomb does get let go. Dreamer, however, far enough away from it, doesn't have to worry about it. And at the end of it all, it's going to be Dreamers getting the push going first and foremost. But for how long? Probably not very.
So with the ultimates come on through, Choi had the early Pulse Bomb, threw that one out, and as Charge start losing the fight. Thanos coming online, Spectre still holding here. And good defensible position. This is where you're far away, standing on bridge. Jimmy can also play from bridge if he wants to. Dragon Strike come through this fight as well would be pretty huge. Dreamers respected. I think it's kind of smart for Dreamers not to overcommit into the high ground of Charge before they have relevant firepower. That relevant firepower is kind of online now, so they should probably make some plays.
Oh, Pulse Bomb doesn't get the stick, doesn't get the kill, but Spectra has the follow-up. Little amount of tag in there from Easy Han sets up for the elimination. Now Piggy and Xerneas also going to fall. And this is Guangzhou Charge looking dire at the moment. Jimmy taken out, dealt with. Choice A1 hightailing it back over towards the spawn. The push again resuming now here for Dreamers.
I think that's a good bait, though, because what you see is Dreamers, they're pushing the payload, then they start backing out. Charge thinks, okay, we're going to fight back in the neutral, going back to the concourse. Farway's all the way into the low ground. Spectra sees him by himself, and Farway is easy pickings. Despite the pulse bomb not connecting, it forces Farway's positioning into Spectra's line of sight.
Yeah, I mean, it may as well have. Dragon Strike now just a further gatekeep against the Guangzhou charge. Jimmy's going to be answering back with one of his own, trying to cut them off as Piggy will be taking a nap. Primaled up. Listen, getting quite a bit of damage now. The Nano goes across. Worried that he might die. Dreamer amplified here onto the high ground, but so much focus fire going his way. He's 8 HP. He does not get out alive. Choi Se-Wan finally able to find that punish, but the bot in the meantime, it's been pushing up. It's now at 60 meters. Barely doesn't make it to the checkpoint.
Still a really good distance. Good defense by the charge to eventually stop that one, but Dreamers, you know, again, impressed by how smart the play was to bait away a little bit of space and re-push in, eventually win a fight, then start committing ultimates
again.
In the following.
He's trying to.
They're thinking about Spectra going for this play, but he has been marked by Choi, which should be Choi's job this map. Both the Tracers should be marking each other. Oh my god.
Okay.
Did Missin just not heal EasyHan, or I don't understand?
Yeah, he just stopped healing him. He said, oh, you're half HP, that'll be good enough. And then Faraway says, oh, thank you very much. Finds the kill on the back end. Both pumps from Choi Se-Wan again, not going to be finding an elimination. Good anti out onto 2. Dreamer will eventually fall. Pulse matched on the opposite side, but Spectra similarly coming up empty-handed. Doesn't find that kill. Donghan now going to be taken down, and it looks like Guangzhou Charge should be able to start accruing some distance here for themselves, but still a lot of ground to cover if they want to be able to take this.
Let's see how much they can really start pushing off the back of that one. Now that death onto EasyHan certainly hurts Dreamers to start that one out, especially considering now that ultimates are gone. We're looking at a full neutral. How much to charge respect the high ground of Dreamers? Not a lot if Jimmy's already pushed up fairly far forward. Does have to at least respect the fact that Dreamer can jump in. Far away though, looking towards the first nano here. That'll be good timing.
About halfway there, but EasyHan with a nice opening kill. Choi Se-Wan going to be taken down, and that means that the rest of the Guangzhou Charge have to back off. Jimmy up over the top. Storm arrows coming across. Zaps, meanwhile, there from Dreamer. Jumps up to try to go ahead and confirm that kill, but Jimmy will be able to stay elusive, stay alive. But it's just continued backpedaling here from the side of the Guangzhou Charge. They only got the 34 meters, so a little over halfway from what they need to try to gain the lead. Once again, still are getting shoved back. Faraway throws out the nano, goes over to Choi Se-Wan. He's looking to do something with it. Takes nearly Spectra out there.
That would have been an insane one clip.
Pretty damn close to having it. Nano now on the back end of the Primal, which does expire, and with the anti coming across, Dreamer is in a bit of a rough spot here, but it seems like he will be able to stay alive. Pulse Bomb is well committed from Choi Se-Wan, but does not find a kill. Dreamer eventually does end up getting taken out, however. Now EasyHan as well, dead off screen, as Piggy just continues to zip and zap. It's going to be the cleanup again. Push can resume here for the side of the Guangzhou Charge, but can they get this lead? Can they get to the checkpoint? That's the question.
It'll be another fight. Because the payload was so far back, it got pushed into middle territory. They have to re-push this entire distance now, as they only begin making payload distance on the actual meterage, and this is where Charge respawn. EasyHan in a ton of trouble. Oh my goodness, if he dies there, that would have been prime situation for Dreamers to get the payload pushed into a cap. But the respect being given. You see how far Charge start pushing backwards, or pulling backwards, I should say.
12 meters gained here on the push so far, but now have to play back once again. Bot widely in control of Dreamers. This is Dragon Strike up through the top. Comes across here from Jimmy, just trying to split them off this high ground. Works decently as they resume the push a little bit more. 2 more meters gained. Getting closer and closer to trying to tie this one up as Choi Se-Wan nearly gets out with his life. Pulse bombs at the ready from both these Tracers in just a moment. We'll see if either of them can find some further value here in the back end. Nano just goes through. Piggy looking to zap, but there's going to be the point-blank sleep dart. Hard to miss that one, so Missin does come up with the little shutdown. Pulse bomb lobbed into the corner. Again, nothing found. Choi Se-Wan not getting value off these. Now the rally's rolling from Donghan to try to keep everybody else alive. Pulse bomb around the backside. Again, Spectra hunting for Choi Se-Wan, trying to shut down this enemy Tracer, but it's very difficult to do with the Pulse, so it doesn't come up with too much either. Nano now going to be invested, goes over to Dreamer. Missin going to be taken down, just sending that one out as a bit of a Hail Mary before his dying breath leaves his lips. EasyHan finds Jimmy, but Piggy finds EasyHan. It's a bloody back and forth, but again, the bot is going to be moving in for the side of the Guangzhou Charge. Dreamer now going to be noted out in the middle of nowhere. Both of these Winstons about to have their primals online, and it looks like Dreamer's just going to go his separate way.
There's not going to be enough kills, though, because this is where Charge can still get this touch in, or rather Dreamers. And they'll be able to do that. You notice that Charge just lost too many members. They couldn't shut down Dreamer either, who easily jumps back towards his own team. They can prevent the cap from coming on through. In fact, not even just the cap, they can prevent the flip. The flip will cap, and before the cap. And with the amount of time left, I think whoever gets his first cap is in the driver's seat for finishing this map, in terms of winning it. Big commit out of charge.
Into the back line. Yep. Big commit coming through. Piggy as well has that primal rolling on the opposite side, but he's going to be antied out as he goes down below half HP. And no one on top of him, though, is just Dreamer, who's diving in deep, but wasn't able to set up for any elimination. So far away, Xerneas still going to be alive, widely because of that rally. Keep everybody alive. Dragon Strike throwing in Choice One, kind of stuck into the side room for the time being. Spectra looks to dash forward, throws out the pulse bomb, but again, not going to be finding the stick. But Easy Han in the meantime does find Xerneas, takes him down. Far away, the Nano nearly there. Choice One down low, grabs the health pack, stays alive. Bot is still pushing over towards Guangzhou Charge's side of the map.
And that's just too much push for the Charge to handle, because now they have to push this all the way back. Nano comes on through for Piggy. That's a good punish on the Easy Han. Can Charge get enough off the back of this one? Missin is still 21 off that Charge himself. He needs his own Nano. The good news for Dreamers is they can give up some space. They have that available.
What they do, plot back into neutral territory. Choice One, pulse at the ready. Nade out, Missin not going to be coming up with anything there, so no further delay going to be found. Bot now worked up, getting ready to push out into the open. Piggy, or rather Dreamer, jumps away, giving up some more space, so we'll be able to make it over towards the bridge. And Jimmy lobs it in, so it's going to be a trade out on some of these supports. Xerneas for Missin taken out, and that's with that Nano now. Not in the fight. Missin, however, will be able to respawn, join in a bit faster, obviously. So still going to be in a decent spot as the Dragon Strike is going to be used by Jimmy, just looking to open things up so they can continue this push. But Piggy's up onto the high ground, and he's got no one to bail him out. The Storm Arrows come across, Piggy goes down, and that's once more Dreamers completely in control.
Yeah, Charge, one step forward, two steps back here. The Dragon Strike to try and clear some space, but all that's happening, Piggy is in a 1v1 with Easy on the sidelines. As you mentioned, no support there means Piggy just gets taken down. One final pause here for Piggy this time, making the call for it. 41 seconds remaining. I mean, okay, this is close enough that no one's out of the game. Everyone is in a winnable position here. Sure. You need to win maybe one or two good fights, and then the payload can flip, or the payload can get a cap. And as I mentioned, whoever caps is going to get this, because there's no time left. So you cap, essentially, in my mind, you've won. Problem for Charge is they have to be going up against a Dreamer squad who only need to defend, because Charge must attack. The Dreamers don't have to. Attacking is more difficult than defending, generally speaking, in Overwatch, but especially here when the defense can just sit on high ground. The attackers have to go under a bridge, go up a spiral, really awkward stuff. The Dreamers can just sort of chill, have respawn advantage, play the last 40 seconds out. Charge certainly got a lot more work to do here than Dreamers. You need to see some big pickups here, and Jimmy, I think he's had some. You know, that one shot into Missin was huge, but they trade for Xerneas. I don't know how Xerneas dies, but if Xerneas doesn't die there and Jimmy simply gets a kill to Missin, very different story. 5v4 enable, they can do so much work there. It's other stuff as well, you know, Dragon Strike in to try and clear space, but then you lose Piggy. It's one step forward, two steps back.
Well, looks like this time not a mic issue, but something with his keyboard, so hopefully Piggy's going to be all right and get that fixed and get back into this very stressful game, because I mean, just let's set the stakes again, and you know, paint the picture once more for people if they've been tuning in a little bit late, because this is the #1 seed from ABAC, from Overwatch League, going up against a team that barely qualified into contenders, that came into this tournament as you know, people kind of just brushing them off, saying like, okay, Dreamers, you know, maybe they'll pick up a couple maps in their sets, depends on who they play against, but you know, widely we expect that the teams that are going to find, you know, value are going to be Poker Face, they're going to be O2, you know, from the contender side.
Yeah.
They are about to eliminate the #1 seed from Overwatch League in APAC, and then move on to the grand final of Group A to then try to take on the Hangzhou Spark, who has, similarly to compared to what we're seeing from Guangzhou Charge here, have had their ups and downs. They have had their off days. They are not the top team. We've seen them do incredible things, but we've also seen them have blunders. And if Dreamers are going to be playing like this and they catch Hangzhou Spark on a bit of an off day, we might just be having them push forward and make it into the mid-season Madness tournament.
I mean, beating one Joe team would be something, beating both would be insane. I think this definitely speaks more towards the fact that Dreamers have had major improvement over the course of their time together as a team. And for the Guangzhou Charge, not to say that they've lost yet, but if they do, you have to start having a conversation about them maybe peaking a little bit too early. Here in the last 30 seconds, Charge need to prove that that is not the case, that they can still rescue the series, force us to a map 5. This is the Nano onto Spectra. Not a biggest fan I am of Nano Traces, and this is not doing that much at the moment. Mostly Charge respecting it.
Yeah, not much value found there. Rally still held though. Donghan has that for a bit of a bailout. Spectra this time does get the stick, and Faraway's going to be taken out of the fight. 4 seconds now remaining. The bot still in such a poor position here from the side of the charge. It's going to have to be fight after fight
If
win.
Jimmy dies,
If they
Jimmy
want to turn
dies,
this one around. Jimmy does stay alive, at least for now. Xerneas falling lower and lower down to his sliver of HP. Eventually gets finished off. Dreamer finds the kill, finds another one. The pulse bomb out from Colosseo will be able to get the stick, but I think it might just be far too late. To try to steal the bot away. Colosseo doing his damnedest, but he's forced back. He's forced off. Has to get some heals. Piggy looks to rejoin, but he's still just so damn low. Farway needs this nano when he needs it right now. Still 5% shy, and Piggy is dead. Now the prime target is taken away. Colosseo stomped out, dead. The OT bleeds down, and my God, they have done it. Dreamers take out our #1 seed team here from APAC Overwatch League to advance now into the Group A final. They have slain Wonzhou. They look to do it again and punch their ticket to mid-season madness. I cannot believe it.
honestly, this feels so much like Charge's last game from last season all over again, and they were not happy about that one. If any memory returns, that was when the Charge were 2-0 up against Chengdu in the knockouts to go into playoffs, or at least to, during the play-ins here, and then it got reverse swept by the Chengdu Hunters. And that game haunted the Guangzhou Charge for so long this entire season, and was, I think, some of the nightmare fuel that was able to drive them to the success that they've had so far in this first split. And now again they have to sort of fight those demons, but versus Dreamers now, versus a team, and obviously not anymore playing against them, but the memory of losing versus Dreamers, where they come so close, the closest the Charge have ever been to making an international tournament, to making a land for the team to finally meet together in person, because again, they haven't done that yet. That will slip away from them. But for now, we'll get to celebrate Dreamers pushing on through the dream. For this team is once again still alive, with Missin as the player of the match. This one was, I'll be honest with you, a little bit debated. I think Missin definitely warmed up towards the end, but the first couple of maps were looking a little bit dicey for this guy.
Yeah, we were outvoted. Just for full context and clarity, we went for Liga because we felt like the maps that he was in playing that diva was utterly incredible. Looks like we are missing his highlight reel, so maybe we'll have to re-queue that one so we can take a look at the impact that he did have. But I do agree, it was definitely a lot more impact felt from him, especially on Colosseo, but there were some confusing moments throughout, the not healing of Easy on, etc. But in the end, still perfectly good performance here from Missin, and without him having those good moments, would have been in all likelihood a loss coming through for them. So very good stuff from just Dreamers across the board. This has to be, even if this is the final step, even if Hangzhou Spark do take them down, Leave has a field day and just kind of runs over them with the Tracer, this is still a hell of an achievement. There we go. We finally got the highlights ready.
Yeah, I mean, there was this. Obviously, we were very impressed by this early on. I believe, despite that, good individual play. I think Dreamers still actually lost that fight, but in either case, it was interesting. I think towards Rialto onwards, like I said, from map 2 onwards, things start to look a lot better. And that slate, by the way, that happens because if you notice that right there, Choi turns around, and I remember seeing this from Choi's POV. He does one slash onto Missin. I believe he thinks he killed Missin, but then realizes he didn't get the kill, turns back to go for a second slash, and then gets slapped. So Choi actually messed up there. Choi should have just committed to the play, and then he wouldn't have been slapped. But anyway, yeah.
I mean, yeah. The thing about that one for me was that it was the very frame that the bubble drops off there from Pig. He was trying to keep him protected for that dive in, and he manages just barely to be able to get that sleep dart across to shut down the rest of the blade. So, some definitely, highlight-worthy moments throughout this one. Colosseo, again, widely where it looked like he was coming alive. Ooh, narrowly lands on the edge. We didn't quite get to see that one. That was a nice little cheeky play to hug in, keep himself alive. But good stuff across the board here from Dreamers.
I think Dreamers as a team, as I sort of mentioned over the course of this series, has just gone from strength to strength. Every single series we watch them, it seems like they're getting better and better. And beyond that, there's always a slight shifting of goalposts. Like, you look at them in the brackets and you're thinking, okay, well, they beat this team, but can they beat that team? Well, they lost to Poker Face, so surely they're not gonna be able to beat Seoul. They beat Seoul. It's like, okay, well, they beat Seoul, but surely they just lose to Poker Face again, because that already happened in the upper bracket. No, they beat Poker Face. It's like, okay, well, they beat Poker Face, but they're not going to beat the Guangzhou Charge, right? They beat the Guangzhou Charge, which
surely not.
We just keep going, and now we have to ask the question tomorrow: can they beat the Spark? Surely not.
Well, we're ready with the interview, so we'll go ahead and hand this over to Unknown.
Hey, Mason, did you anticipate you getting the player of the match? I mean, last match I thought I had a chance of getting a player of the match, but today a little bit less so. But I'm still happy that I got the player of the match.
이렇게 저희가 말씀드릴 정도로 중계 중에 여러 차례 얘기를 했었는데 본인도 공감하십니까?
솔직히 제가 좀 잘했다고
So
생각합니다.
we mentioned how good you were during multiple times during the match. How did you feel about today's performances? I mean, I personally think that I really did well today as well. So
이렇게 또 주목받는 무대에서 인터뷰 해보는 기분이 어떤가요?
so how do you feel having more than thousands of people watching you interview?
이런 무대 처음인데 진짜
Well, this is my first time, and I'm very nervous. But I feel really good.
좋아요.
Well, and very, very good.
오히려 경기 뒤로 가면 더 재밌죠.
네, 너무 재밌어요.
그러니까 중요도가 높아지니까 더
So
재밌잖아요.
I mean, as the further you get into this tournament, isn't it more fun for you? Yeah, it's definitely more exciting and more interesting, and I'm really enjoying it.
이제 항저우 스파크인데 아무래도 이제 항저우 스파크로는 좀 자신 있나요?
So you're up against the Hangzhou Spark next. Are you confident? I mean, we beat his O team once. I mean, no reason that we can't do twice.
실제로 컨텐츠에서도 가까스로 막차 타고 왔잖아요. 막 벼랑 끝에서 우리는 살아야 돼, 살 거야. 막
So you barely actually made it all the to the spring stage knockouts. How did you guys improve to this point?
휴가도 안 하고 저희 진짜 열심히 하는
I mean, I think the effort that we put in, we didn't even go on holidays, even on weekends, not even on national holidays. We practice, and I think that kind of pays off right now.
한2달 동안 휴가 없이
So kind of like in particular numbers, specific numbers, how much did you practice? Like I think for the duration of the entirety of 2 months, I don't think we've had a single rest day.
리거 선수가 중국인이잖아요.
네.
어떤 연유로 리거 선수와 함께하게 됐는지.
So I do have a question. Liga's actually Chinese, the only Chinese on your team. How did he get to join up in your team?
이제 스펙트라 선수를 통해서 이제 리거 선수가 영입된 것 같아요.
I don't know the specifics, but I definitely think that it has something to do with the connection with Spectra.
리거 선수가 한국어도 조금 할 줄 알아가지고.
And also just to add in, Liga also speaks a bit of Korean, so I think that really helped as well.
리게가 편해가지고 리게.
예, 저희도 예전에 리게라고 했다가 혼났습니다. 리거라고 하라고. 예, 아 그렇죠, 리거 선수. 좋습니다.
Yeah, we're told we're supposed to read it Liga now.
얘기하고 있는데 이 소년 만화의 끝. 주인공이 되기 위해서 항저우를 넘어야 되는데 자 MSM까지 바라보는 각오가 너무너무 궁금합니다.
So you have one match remaining until your anime run to the mid-season madness. Can we hear your result for that?
저희 모두 열심히 하면서.
Oh, we'll just play our games. I think we do have more than one game, but still we'll do our best and we'll do whatever it takes.
알겠습니다. 오늘 승리 축하드립니다.
Congrats on your win.
네.
And that is the end of the interview. Back to you, Seth.
참 들으면서 좀 감사.
Thank you very much, and good to hear from Missing there. A nice strapping young lad with a great start here. Now finds himself in a monumental situation. If they can beat another show team, which he says, we took down one, no reason we can't get another, they will be qualifying forward into mid-season madness. And there's not that many Overwatch League veterans on this squad either.
I mean, what the craziest thing about tomorrow that I'm looking forward to as a bit of a teaser is the fact that Liga will be playing up against his old team with a Spark, a team that had him benched for the entire time he was in the Overwatch League. Now Liga's like, I might just take you out. We'll have to see if that ends up happening tomorrow, dude. That'll be insane.
I mean, if it does, I mean, there's right now the stage is set. We could have 2 contenders teams if O2 can make their way through as well as our representatives in mid-season madness. And I mean, it's truly living up to the word madness. But what a way to kick things off. 3-1 victory there for Dreamers, not letting their dreams be memes. So they push forward. We'll look forward to seeing more of them tomorrow, but we're not done yet. We of course have one more matchup for you as the Dallas Fuel look to shut down our other contenders team in O2. That's going to be coming up after the break, so do not go anywhere. And welcome back. It's time to go to our second and final matchup of the evening. We've got the Dallas Fuel looking to do what the Charge could not and best a contenders team to keep their hopes and dreams afloat and move up into that final of Group B where the Seoul Infernal are waiting. O2 Blast, though, I mean, as far as our expectations are considered, they have been meeting them. Dreamers obviously exceeding them in what they've been able to accomplish, but O2 Blast have been playing pretty much the way that we had anticipated.
I think
really
Dreamers, anytime Dreamers, a team like Dreamers beats a Overwatch League team, you're like, damn, dude, that is a bit of an upset. But when O2 Blast do it, you're thinking, that's definitely not an upset. O2 Blast are absolutely insane. You look at their roster quality, you're about to see it on screen. The results have shown it. They had a 31-match win streak before finally losing that to the Seoul Infernal in a very close 3-2, which was nearly a reverse sweep coming through from the O2 Blast side that you and I were part of.
Yep.
And since then, I think O2 Blast they've been on the revenge tour. They're like, you know what? We're going to do the shock lower bracket run back of 2019. It's going to happen right now.
Opener. Flashing the merch here. 5th season. It's a little bit of damage done to the cap of that, but...
Yeah, that's what happens when you run a season through Washington. A little bit of stuff gets thrown around. I get it. Yeah, I understand.
Some desks are smashed, you know, et cetera, but it's all good. But for now, I mean, it's just brass tacks here for this squad. One step away from getting that rematch. Like you said, nearly pulling off that reverse sweep over Infernal. They want that second crack at it. They want to be able to take them down. Guangzhou Charge, they wanted that versus Hangzhou. They don't get that opportunity, unfortunately. The beginning of their season, the first half, has come to an end, and they have to just wait for play to resume after mid-season madness. But for the Dallas Fuel as well, it's been some rough starts. We'll see how they fare.
There it is.
And here
Dallas
they
Fuel.
are.
Yep. The team that I think have, in the last week, have shown some different looks. They've, you know, been on the trajectory that you want to see them on, which is the trajectory of improvement. Now, they did still lose to the Seoul Infernal, but definitely made it looking competitive. Wasn't a super one-sided affair. 3-1 is, you know, a competitive enough scoreline. They got past a 3-0, but couldn't quite make it to a 3-2. Didn't have the same comeback as O2 Blast nearly did against the Seoul Infernal, who I think unanimously now we can all agree is the #1 team in this entire region. Contenders teams included in that discussion. Dallas Fuel, though, have a lot of work to do because they, you know, have already lost to a very good team, and another good team approaches them on the opposite end now. And a similar discussion I had previously when I casted Shanghai versus O2, where Viper on Shanghai had to face up against this old team of O2 Blast. Guess what? Bliss now has to do the exact same thing.
It does. Well, let's go ahead and zoom in here on the tank matchup between Marvel and Hanbin. Marvel, obviously, incredible player in his own right. It's bounced around between a couple of teams, but Hanbin comes into this as, you know, a defending champion, as one of the biggest, you know, and most successful players in his career so far, has regularly been given accolades and whatnot for his performances. Marvel, on the other hand, is looking to kind of rewrite history after some dips, after some lesser performances in his past. And so far in O2 Blast, he has been doing that. He's been looking absolutely incredible.
I would say the one player that for sure hasn't had, in my opinion, a bad performance yet, or at least one that you're thinking, oh, this one you'd like to see a bit more out of. Hanbin's been pretty solid for this team. Hanbin's been the steady rock of the team so far. Maybe the Winston you'd like to see a bit more out of in that regard, but Dallas have moved far away from that now. They're definitely working towards the good comps for the Dallas Fuel in terms of what they know they're good at, which is why Lee Jungtao, I believe Dallas might be the home team here who does get to pick the map. If they are, then Lee Jungtao makes a ton of sense in terms of why we're going there. You get all sorts of, I think, good compositional choices for Hanbin in terms of working towards a Ram. Bring the Junker Queen versus Marvel out here as well. Marvel is starting off the O2 Blast side as well, so we know that the likelihood of Winston is going to be there, which means Dallas Fuel can comfortably go to Junker Queen.
Got confirmation this is their selection coming in. You know, as the Overwatch League team, they get that seating priority, so this is their pick. And this was the other question I was about to pose, and it looks like we're getting the answer nice and early. Was, is MCD going to continue playing Moira? And so far, it looks like the answer is yes.
I was going to say, you know, don't fix what ain't broke, but I don't know that this is, you know, fixed yet just for the Dallas Fuel. Rather, I should say, I don't know that it's not broken for the Dallas Fuel, given that they still, yeah, looked okay with the Moira versus the Soul Infernal. And for the Dallas Fuel, you don't really want the Moira for the Junker Queen comp, which is what I expected out of Harbin. We are on League Arm. We do have Marvel in the lineup. Marvel could have forced Winston. He's got to go Doom instead. Maybe this is a response to the Junker Queen. Not too sure, but Doom doesn't usually get played much in the current metagame at all. Doom not in the particularly strong place.
I haven't seen too much of it, but Marvel is going to be very well versed on it. As Probe tries to get himself over into White Room, trying to put some damage down. Very swiftly has to recall the hell out of there, though. It's Top Dragon in the meantime, hunting for some targets. Putting a little bit of damage down onto Hanbin. Gets a shot across on the MCD as well. But the eliminations not yet found on either side. So who's going to be able to find that first kill to try to really crack over the point? Where for now, the Dallas Fuel nearly had it capped, but the contest was there. Hanbin, however, somehow takes Top Dragon down. Must have hit the floor either way. Seems like it's, yeah, definitely not in a resable position, so they can't bring him back into this one swiftly.
It's not a kill you'd normally think a Junker Queen should be able to get. But there it is, pulling Marvel back into the fray as well. This should be a nice pickup on the Doom. And Dallas Fuel can comfortably pick up the rest and get the point. All off the back of Harbin, taking down Top Dragon, the Bliss getting 2.
And Top Dragon just right back up into the skies. That barrage is nearly there, so it has been putting in quite a bit of damage. I mean, to be able to outpace Sparkle's Tracer, but yeah, they are just going to wholesale swap this one over as Marvel goes back to the Ramatra.
4 members go down to 25 there as well, in terms of ult percentage. Yep. So they give up a lot. And you even mentioned the barrage was available. However, I do got to say the barrage, there's multiple ways that it could not work out. You know, you have the hack from Edison, you have MCD with Suzu. There's multiple things that can sort of ruin that barrage. Which would just want a more favorable matchup overall than neutral.
Opener right on the wall, looking for maybe to send somebody off the side of the map. Either way, Sparkle going to be able to drop in that pulse bomb. Just find Irony into the ice block as Top Dragon puts up the wall, but still is under fire, and he will be hounded down. Edison finding the elimination. Bliss getting, I believe, his 3rd or 4th kill so far of this round of Lijiang. And Dallas Fuel will be able to hold firmly. 50% about to be locked in.
Yeah. And the craziest thing is stat-wise, O2 Blast haven't gotten a frag. It's 0 deaths on Dallas Fuel, 0 final blows on O2. So for all of that, they've still yet to really find their footing on this map. Part of that is due to the fact that they have had to make a pretty major swap up over the entire composition minus Irony. So the only ultimate they have after a couple fights now is the Nano Boost. With Probe down on 98, that hurts a lot.
Bliss with another one. I think he probably has the most final blows right now in this lobby. Marvel going to be nanoed up. Irony throwing that over as they try to extend the fight and build up for this annihilation, which he now does have. Sound barrier from Bliss perfectly timed, keeps Hanbin alive when he just had a sliver of HP remaining. Can they continue to win out the fight? Irony under fire. The ante there. Hanbin, however, going to get chewed up. Irony gets traded out, so it's going to be a take for a support. Edison jumping back, translocates out the safety as Bliss will be hounded down. Marvel able to punch his way through to take down that Lucio. The flip will be there, but it's at 93%, so this is a very long and necessary hold here for O2 Blast if they want to take this. As Opener gets taken out, and MCD goes off the side of the map somewhere.
Did Hanbin get stunned there or something? It looked like he lost his rampage. Just got stopped there. I don't know. That was crazy. I may need to look back at that one. That happened so quickly. I'm not even sure exactly what it transpired, but I did not see the rampage come through from Hanbin. It just stopped in midair.
Can you be hacked out of it?
Possibly. I will have to look back at that because that happened very quickly. And Hanbin's going to make a swap anyway, so it seems like Dallas Fuel do want to make a bit of a change on the comp.
MCD over onto the Ana, instantly finding value. Got the sleep there on a Probe setup for the kill. Sparkle able to take that one away. Edison so very low, still commits in for the EMP. Catches out on to 4, but the kills are just not going to be found. Looks like Sparkle not in position. Did get confirmation EMP was the thing that interrupted that rampage coming through. Sparkle now going to be going low, however. MCD looks to bail them out. Bionade in, Opener going to be taken down. Top Dragon as well ends up falling. MC just sat back, just piling this healing into his tank, into Sparkle. They persevere, they get the counter flip back into their favor, and somebody needs a touch. Probe's just translocated out. I don't know if they're going to be able to make this happen.
Even if they do, okay. Opener steps straight away.
Yep, and then MCD just nails the sleep dart. They find the kill, overtime bleeding out, and that's going to be it. 157% here to kick things off on Gardens. Dallas Fuel, they take the first round.
And Sparkle ends that deathless as well. Beautifully played by the Dallas Fuel. Strong start to Lee Jung. And part of that, I think, is due to the counter-comping. Hanbin and the rest of the Dallas Fuel come through with the better composition. I'm not sold by the Doom. You know, Marvel had a decent year on Doom last year, but I just don't think Doom's in a good place at the moment meta-wise. And this was Edison, I think, stepping up on the Sombra as well. A hero that, rightfully so, I think he was criticized on for early on the season. Hasn't really seen a lot of game time from Edison so far. As far as Sombra play since that, you know, the first week or so. Now, Dallas Fuel showing that, you know, Edison not Tracer, the Sombra look again, and it's definitely more impactful, at least in that matchup. Speaking of things that Dallas Fuel are doing a little bit differently now, Hanbin on the Rhine. We did see this last week, I believe. It's not something you would expect Hanbin to be able to play, but here it is.
Right. Let's see how he does fares. It's out the gate. The Ramatra here for Marvel.
And by the way,
on Arrow spotting them. Edison so very low, but they cannot confirm the kill. And Probe can't get out. Hanbin pounds him down, finds that elimination, but Opener as well answers back in kind. Nice little boot, whether it's off the side of the map or just for the kill. Hard to say, but that said it now. MCD go down as Opener. And looking to also put up some nice figures. Marvel, however, crushed. Sparkle still deathless, finds that elimination, but is stuck behind the wall. Opener gets himself in there to find his third kill, but Bliss as well. Still bloodthirsty, still out on the hunt, comes up with Top Dragon. It's just a very back and forth fight with neither team really securing the point until just now. Dallas Fuel persevering just a bit more.
I gotta say, it's tradition for O2 Blast main supports to be able to be frag heavy. Last year that was Bliss. This year it'll be Opener. The year before that was a combination of Chio and Vindame. So every single year the O2 Blast main supports getting up in that kill feed. Nothing's changed in 2023. Top Dragon first blood on Edison.
Good way to start things off. Edison having a bit of a rougher time. Comparatively here with the Symmetra sleep on Tahan, but he tries to get himself back over onto the point, but he's going to be shut down very quickly thereafter, and the flip comes through. So only 23% accrued right now for the side of the Dallas Fuel. OT Blast find themselves in control with some ults on the way.
Shadow will be pretty big here as well. Pretty much unblockable. Nothing really there from O2 Blast. Marvel would have to really look into the future to be able to pull the shield in time. And the Nano will be the saving grace there to try and keep Marvel alive. So you still would say, outside the Shadow, Nano Annihilation, such a strong combo. Irony's dead, though.
Oh, so
is Marvel.
I mean, they're trying to deny that one. Opener with the poop back, but can't stop the pins. The kill eventually does come through. Probe only able to find one. Dragon Strike through, however, could certainly find some value or at least split them apart. Sparkle drops the Blizzard, trying to just make that front entrance completely unassailable, but eventually MCD ends up back inside of the Dragon Strike, taken down. Still can play around that Amp Matrix as Opener. Oh no, he gets bogged down out of the window. Can't make his way out, and Bliss takes the opportunity to strike a nice little bonk on the head to finish the job. Annihilation now coming through. Sound barrier going to be dropped in, not before Sparkle dies.
Oh my god, what a pin.
Oh, just takes Marvel off the side. Huge play from him. Now going to be slept, knocked up into the wall, taken down. Fuel regain the lead.
That was worth though. Hanbin dying for that 100% of the time. That is so good. Taking Marvel down first. Both Nano and Annihilation off the table. Now the rest of the Dallas Fuel can try and clutch this one through. Photon barrier down for Edison. Just has to fight his way through the wall, but Dallas Fuel largely still ahead.
Well, timing there from Top Dragon was looking good. Keeps him off the point, but they're just not fast enough to be able to try to steal this one away. So Dallas Fuel still going to be taking up. Hanbin on the rejoin. Goes into the back site. Does find Irony, but now Bliss and Sparkle both going to be taken down. MCD as well will fall. Top Dragon claims two. No supports now. Opener helps clean up the rest, and that's going to be the reflip back into O2 Blast's favor. 50% about to come through, and they certainly can take the lead once again.
Things got exciting when Hanbin flew in and somehow just snipes down Irony. Goes right into the back line. Swings the hammer down. Builds up 91 towards the Shatter. Need a little bit more support to stay alive and actually commit that Shatter. Find it first and then commit it afterwards. So O2 Blast will be able to equalize here. 64 apiece, but we're into another situation where, similar to last time, I mean, Hanbin definitely Shatter advantage is big. TP is straight to the point. Swap sides.
Oh, the Shadow whiffs.
Okay,
big whip there.
Okay.
Right around the corner there. Marvel able to avoid it. Come down looking for some more targets. Genesis form out the fists flying. Sound barrier going to be dropped in. Opener shields up the team to try to keep them alive through this one. Now the Blizzard as well going to be layered in. Sparkle, Hanbin both going to be falling. So they look for a little bit more. Bliss off the side, unable to escape. Probe with back-to-back headshots comes up with two.
Look at time.
That's O2 Blast maintaining control now above 90%. Final fight is here.
Who's going to touch? It has to be Sparkle. Bliss is still respawning. Hanbin doesn't have a grapple out of spawn. So who's going to get in time? Hanbin's going to try for... Okay, I think the Photon Barrier from Edison will work out. That certainly helps.
He's slowed. Hanbin just cannot play the game. Marvel Pops him down, the Annihilation's rolling. MCD will get dropped, and Bliss is the last man standing, and there's no hope in the world for him to do anything here. So 164%, O2 Blast answering back in a big way.
Yep.
Widely just sticking through with the comp this time, not having to make overarching changes. They take this round of Night Market, which means that now we can go ahead and see who wins this map as we get ready to go to Control Center.
I mean, that's just so much stronger from O2. The fact that they don't have to juggle compositions this time around means they're not just behind in every regard, ultimates, fights, whatever. For Dallas Fuel as well, you know, I gotta say the Hanbin Ryan looked pretty decent, especially to start with. One big change up that we see from Dallas Fuel this time compared to their game versus Soul Inferno was they actually managed to get the TP rotations out properly on the rollout on Night Market there, because versus Soul Inferno they completely messed that one up, and Soul Inferno ended up getting to the point before Dallas Fuel. So this time I'm glad to see them changing that up and actually correctly executing. Speaking of something that happened last week, Dallas Fuel played a lot of Moira, and they will once again resume the Moira now in Control Center.
Oh, barely managed to get up over top of the wall and keep himself safe there. Marvel stays alive. Inside track to the point. Established here for the side of O2 Blast, so Dallas Fuel need to try to push down into the point to fight against them. Zyrony going to be giving up that high ground. Doesn't want to put himself in a position where he could potentially get flanked. Nade across. Top Dragon, however, it's just not enough of a sliver there between that wall. Not enough of a crack to try to get the nade through, so it ends up falling. Kill is found, but it still looks like O2 Blast might be able to get this initial cap. That being said, Sparkle will find Irony, so a second death now for the side of O2 Blast as they look to get themselves on the board here in the final round. Marvel falling lower and lower. The fist comes up as he tries to stay alive, but there's just not enough healing throughput to keep him sustained, so he will die. The cleanup comes in, and Dallas Fuel successfully stave off O2 Blast and will be first to grab the point.
First blood onto Top Dragon, then converting on towards the rest. Marvel trading on Edison's okay, but because so many members of O2 Blast die late there in terms of staggered deaths, Edison will easily be able to get back for the team's 5v5. The only downside for Dallas Fuel is they can't spawn hold off that because they do have to wait for Edison. They're not running all the way to O2 Blast spawn. It gives O2 Blast the opportunity to at least walk out.
Wall coming up.
Marvel's got ult, by the way.
Though. Does find Edison. As you say, Marvel ult is rolling. Annihilation just cutting through them right there. As Hanbin will crumble. Flip coming back through, and once again, it's going to be a very swift one. 26% is all Dallas Fuel get. So O2 Blast, just go ahead, run him over. So
if you remember the
control, Bliss, okay, looks like he's fine.
You remember the original O2 Blast games that we saw, especially versus Panthera? The Marvel, no deaths in 1.5 maps. Part of that was coming through from the Ram, and how quickly he gets the Annihilation is unreal. Already on his way towards the second Annihilation. Marvel still looking for his... Hanbin, rather, still looking for his first. Marvel, he won't get a full lap on Hanbin just yet, but he's on track towards it later on. What
big
nade.
Yeah, finding 4 there is Irony, just really slowing him up, keeping him locked into position as the Blizzard as well does its work. Hanbin and Sparkle both going to be taken down. Marvel, fists raised again, just trying to backpedal, keep himself alive. So he's going to be able to do so. And Edison committed the barrier here in this fight just to try to get themselves over to the point, but they completely get shut down.
They have more ultimates though. The good news for Dallas Fuel is we're finally starting to see some good ults come in. Edison making the swap over towards the Reaper. This is where you kind of want to give up that Sim. I do like that. A little bit more front output from the Reaper. You're no longer looking for TP plays anyway. Big spawn camp, not ideal. If O2 Blast can force out a Blizzard like that, or force out any ultimates good, but you need the sound barrier, and Opener can't find Marvel.
No, he cannot. Beat did get dropped there, but Marvel is completely caught out. Nice wall coming through from Sparkle to keep him locked in place and ensure that they can get that kill. Top Dragon now as well dead. Spawn starting to come through. Is Opener okay? He's hugging the wall. Bliss thinking about going for the hunt, but decides to give it up. You know, so there's work to do on the point. 75% set up here for O2 Blast.
So clean from Sparkle though, because I thought the original play was going to be for O2 Blast, hold the spawn, force a Blizzard or a Coalescence or Annihilation or something out, and then back out. Run away, then counter-aggress with your sound barrier afterwards. The fact that Marvel got caught by a wall was so beautifully placed by Sparkle and enables Fuel to get the point.
Oh, wall came up, cut off that Coalescence. Bliss and Hanbin now going to be focus fired down as the Annihilation again from Marvel is rolling. And he's just doing so much damage. Sparkle cannot get out. MCD out as well. Taken down by the melee hit. 57% here for the Fuel, but regaining controls O2 Blast. Now moving up towards final fight.
And you're about to see Marvel get the lap on Hanbin. Now remember, Marvel is 1-4 Annihilation ahead of Hanbin. And at about 20% ult charge time, Marvel will have taken over. Marvel currently is... Okay.
I mean, that's just it. That's got to be just it. The cleanup's coming in. Sparkle locked into the ice block. He's just buying some time here, but he's locked onto the opposite side with Marvel. Needs to die, but unfortunately, he chose to go against the guy that could kill him a little bit slower, so the stagger is there, and no one is going to be able to touch. So 157% here in the final round. O2 Blast will kick off with a win here on Lijiang Tower.
And you look at the very first round, you're thinking, okay, this is Dallas Fuel back. They're playing some of the good heroes that we know them for. Junker Queen on Harman's always going to be beautiful. Straight frag onto top Dragon's Farah. It's looking good for the Dallas Fuel. O2 Blast do a bit of juggling with comps. Doesn't work out for them. Great start for the Dallas Fuel. But as we settle into things, we get into the night market. We're going to control center. O2 Blast, they're in their zone as well. They're in their lane. Comfortable, moisturize, all of that crap. They're feeling good about themselves. Marvel's back on the Ram, the hero that he's been pounding on, and he ends the map with 34% of his team's damage at 14,922. Absolutely insane. He was the highest damage dealer across the board for everybody. Highest damage per 10 at 12,759 as well. Only member at 5 digits of damage per 10. Nearly got the full lap on Harman. And then Dallas Fuel stuck in spawn multiple times there. Edison swaps the Reaper. He tried to get out of spawn around the 90% mark. You see Edison get locked out, and the rest of Dallas Fuel can't do anything about it.
Wow, O2 Blast kicking things off, putting the right foot forward, have this map win under the pocket, in their pocket. And remember, this was Fuel's map pick. They elected to go to Lijiang Tower, and it did not work out for them. We'll see how they fare with another map pick, as here's a look back at that EMP coming through from Probe right as the Rampage is about to go across. But yeah, we'll see where they decide to go and whether or not it's going to, lead to a map win so they can tie this up. O2 Blast, though, starting off hot. We'll see if they continue with that momentum when we come back from the break. We are back, and O2 Blast was able to draw first blood with a victory on Lijiang Tower. Now, again, map pick goes into the hands of Dallas Fuel as they had elected to take us there for control. We'll see what they want to do for Hybrid, but for now, it's a fairly hot start here for the Contenders, boys.
As you'd expect, I mean, O2 Blast, they're looking for that rematch versus Soul Infernal, the only team that have played Soul Infernal that close so far. Every other team has fallen by the wayside to Soul, including Dallas Fuel in that 1-3 loss. For Dallas Fuel, the pain continues for now. They had a good start on Lijiang, though. Gardens looked decent. They caught O2 Blast off guard. Had a decent comp coming in. O2 Blast kind of got caught out fumbling their comp a little bit. Now you have to look back towards Dallas Fuel, reopening the playbook into map number 2. What else can Harbin bring to the table here? A little bit of the Ram versus Ram went into the favor of Marvel. And man, did Marvel do so much at that Ram, especially on Control Center. That was not the best out of the Dallas Fuel. I'm also currently not feeling the Moira anymore. I wasn't really feeling the Moira before, but now I think the Moira is something that you might want to put back on the back burner.
I mean, potentially. Obviously, O2 Blast kind of expecting that it was going to be coming through, given the success that MCD has seen with that pick, but they were able to really turn that one on its head. We'll take a look at Marvel's stats, and unsurprisingly, they're very, very good.
And as I mentioned before, we went to break as well. 14,000, actually have 14,922 here. This one says 14,487 in either case. Still in the 14,000s, nearly the 15k there. Every other player, maybe the top one's got around 10k, both Probe, Top Dragon, even Edison, you know, all in around the 10k mark. 17 final blows here, insane. Probe on 12, Top Dragon on 7. I mean, he's getting nearly as many final blows as both his DPS combined. Both his DPS combined is 19, he's got 17.
Well, looks like it's going to be Blizzard World coming up here for the side of the Dallas Fuel, so I want to be getting Hanbin, you know, or maybe over onto the Diva and whatnot, some more familiar territory. I thought maybe Hollywood for that point A, maybe they would go back there, where we did see him play Zarya a little bit. Granted, didn't go well, and then obviously Winston is kind of going to be the thing that you go towards for the future points after that. So they do want to stray away from it. It is going to be Blizzard World for Hybrid.
Thinking about the different options they had. I don't know if there's... I think Hollywood, you'd be looking at too much dive there, so... You got King's Row as well. King's Row is decent to play a bit of Ram and a little bit of the Brawl compositions. I'm actually maybe surprised I didn't look more towards the King's Row. Blizzard World, though, very good for Harbin's Diva. So I think if you want to exploit the Diva gameplay, this is the map you go towards, and that's one thing that O2 wouldn't be able to do unless they sub an attack, which I'm sure they'd be comfortable doing, but they want to keep Marvel in for now, and because they're keeping Marvel in, it's going to end up being Winston versus Diva, and I think the Diva is stronger on this map, so Dallas got that right.
Alrighty, well, into the breach we go again. O2. Again, we'll see if they can take down yet another map pick here from the side of the Dallas Fuel. Marvel, for now, looking like he's just going to be coming out here with the Winston. This Top Dragon, at least initially, just going to go for the little pop-up here. But playing wisely. Out of line of sight is the Dallas Fuel, so they don't give any kills over nice and early there to that Widowmakers.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Heesang dive in that exact same spot on the Hanzo a little bit early today in the Shock versus Titans game. So you got to be careful about that sometimes. You don't often see the Widowmaker finding a pick, but indeed the Titans did get a pick there. Dallas Fuel have no one go down. They are playing the expected comp. I mean, okay, double flex support, Diva. Tracer Sombra could have also gone Tracer Hanzo if they wanted to, but Tracer Sombra is fine. Attackers definitely will want to look towards more of the Sombra, look to find those dives in, especially when you're playing the Winston as well.
Now, Sparkle trying to draw some attention over here towards this right side flank. Did a little bit of damage as Marvel goes for a quick stomp, trying to take down Edison, but he does manage to translocate out the safety. And CHP bars across the board here for O2 Blast, getting a little away at, but no kills to be found quite just yet. Dive in, they get the ping on an MCD. Looks like the Zenyatta going to be the focus fire, as the hack did come across from Pro, but they're unable to find it. Sparkle, however, going to be forced into the recall.
Oh.
Marvel taken down. Hanbin catching him there with the Diva, finds that elimination, and that's going to stop O2 Blast in their tracks.
And more kills to come through as well. Dallas Fuel can get a decent cleanup here. So many more committed members. Open is down next, and well, he should be down next, Irony, along with that. And so one kill just instantly spirals into the entire team. 5 members down in minute 30 gone. Dallas Fuel, great opening defense, way ahead on ultimates. Some good So forward pressure and scouting from Edison. He could have committed longer. I don't know. Edison actually translocated super early. He could have gotten the EMP off that.
Ults abound now for the side of the Dallas Fuel. Hanbin, MCD not too far away. The other three ready to go. This Probe needs to try to catch up as far as his EMP charge is concerned. Edison scouting out both of them. Completely unaware. RO2 blasted. He's just slinking here in the corner.
That nade, though, could be dangerous.
I mean, it comes through. It looks good, but the follow-up is a little bit slow. Nano does get forced out of the MCD, however. But he will be able to utilize this to go ahead and build up towards that Transcendence. And now has that at the ready. EMP striking. Counter-strike on the opposite side, though. Probe managing to find him. It's going to be trade out in supports. Bliss and Open and out. The only two alive. Ticks have been surrendered. Two picked up now for the side of O2 Blast. Edison stunned up, isolated, taken down. Opener setting up for the kill, but then does fall. Hanbin surging forward. Rockets out. Manages to shut down the rest of that rally. Marvel pops the Primal with the juggle around Sparkle. It's going to prove to be a bit more elusive. Sleep Dart as well from Bliss. Not going to get the connection. Marvel will be able to find that elimination at the end of the day.
Still committed.
Cap coming back through. Hanbin, kind of the lone person keeping this point contested at the moment, but he's isolated and the healing is not going to be enough. The Transcendence is a little bit too late there from MCD to try to keep him in that mech. In the meantime, Marvel just getting pumped through. A lot of healing going across, just trying to keep him sustained. Hanbin trying to pistol his way back in. He gets 5% away, and then eventually falls down. MCD as well, slept, antied, killed off Marvel, follows up with the kill. And that should be the cap coming in, and it is 3:23 in the time bank for the Streets phase as the cart gets unlocked.
I mean, just losing MCD, not in that particular scenario, but the scenario before where he gets EMP was a 3-man EMP from Probe versus the 1-man from Edison. Irony traded for MCD, but the difference there is MCD still had a trance, so you lose MCD, he's a Zenyatta, super slow run back for the Zen. You need the Transcendence to save Harm, but the trance just comes in way too late. Harm gets demeched, and the trance is really not that useful afterwards. And then Irony outplays him anyway, gets to sleep the nade, and Marvel finishes him off. Dallas Fuel starts out nicely. Minute 30, first minute 30 on A, beautiful stuff. And then the last 2:30, a lot less desirable, as O2 Blast now will start rolling their way through B. Plenty of ultimates abound. EMP a little bit earlier than Edison as well. That will be useful.
Yeah, I mean, has technically lapped him in that regard, but hasn't committed to it quite just yet. Probe looking for the setup, but this gets spy checked. Actually, from the high ground across the map, there's Sparkle able to find him. Good focus fire into MCD. Once again, forces this Nano out onto the Zenyatta as he looks to set up for a kill, and he will be able to do so. So yeah, making the most of it for damn sure. Marvel gets taken down. That's going to be another little reset here, but Probe actually committed the EMP to this fight, despite losing out on the
solo.
Yeah, and there's just nothing on the back end.
I don't think that was worth from Probe at all, unfortunately, and Opener's going to further commit into this O2 Blast, pouring more gasoline onto the fire. That's a fuel reference as they want to try and push in. To be fair, their members are mostly still alive here, so it's looking okay.
Sparkle dead. And Probe able to make up for the whiffy EMP. Finds one. Dash into the back. Pulse bomb going to be slapped down onto the ground. And Probe's got that follow-up. In all of the chaos, Top Dragon drawing their attention. MCD ends up getting dropped, but Opener as well will get eliminated. Been forced to use the self-destruct. Looking to just try to pistol down. Irony takes him so very low, but Top Dragon comes to the rescue. Saves the Ana's life, at least for a brief little moment. Sparkle then goes in, gets the call. It's a little bit late, but still finds the elimination. Slowing up Irony's got a long run back. Leaving Opener to his own devices now. And keeping the team topped up. The card in the meantime has been pushing forward. A minute and 25 seconds remaining. About 20-ish meters or so left to go, but they have to go for the reset.
It is stalled out now, though, so they did manage to get some decent distance, but as you mentioned, stalled out to a reset. Hanbin will get the respawn now. It was a very sad chase from Hanbin onto Irony, but I'm glad the Tracers at least traded each other out in terms of getting the picks that the Diva, the Ana should have gone. Time now sitting at 1 minute. Back towards Transcendence. This one will be much better applied, I'm hoping, as the Nano Boost also around the corner. Bliss most likely putting that one onto MCD again. It's mostly used on the Zenyatta to keep your backline alive, which is okay, and MCD's used that Nano a couple times to some decent damage output, getting the kill to Marvel earlier.
I mean, MCD has to be the focus here as that EMP gets ready to come through from Probe. Delayed on the last one to try to keep himself alive, and now he's going to be juggled around, so he's actually going to be forced to use this before the EMP comes through. That's absolutely potentially catastrophic for the side of the fuel. EMP now comes across Sparkle and instantly evaporates. Nano again has to be committed to MCD. Marvel taken down, he turns his sights over towards the supports, and he gets the headshot through. MCD coming up with one. And keeping their hopes alive. 15 seconds remaining. Top Dragon now dead. That's your delay tactic. That's your time buy. Now taken out. Probe, however, manages to find both supports in the meantime. Keeps them in this one with a pinch, but he needs to be able to get this touch. Top Dragon just now respawning. Marvel coming back here on the
Here comes Probe.
Dives in. Gets the touch. Irony, however, found, cornered, taken out. Sparkle gets that elimination. Hanbin worked low. The hack comes across, but he does have that self-destruct. The EMP comes in. Sparkle follows up the alley-oop off the back of it. Takes out Marvel, takes out Opener, and it seems like just in front of B is going to be the final resting place here for this card. O2 Blast just bleeding out members left, right, and center as Sparkle claims one after another. And the hold will come to fruition at the very end.
And just keeping the backline alive. I mean, okay, Bliss might go down there, but the Nano committed onto MCD to keep him alive. He gets one frag. Hanbin's still in play. Because Hanbin's still in play, he gets some damage done, ups to 99. Despite MCD and Bliss both dying in that particular fight, the front line is still there, double DPS, plus Hanbin looking towards self-destruct. Plenty of stall tactics available. Dallas Fuel payload in position next to their spawn as well. Should be pretty clear in terms of how they need to hold that one. And O2 Blast being forced to swap over towards the Doom again. Not a lot to be able to do there. A good comeback from O2 Blast considering how rough the first minute 30 was. The middle section there, the end of A and the start of B, very good. But the end of B started to get quite dicey again where, you know, they're trading, but they're also losing a lot. EMP there from Probe a little bit earlier on, left a bit to be desired. The solo onto Hanbin, not the best. So O2 Blast losing a lot of momentum.
And now need to get strapped in for an incredible defense if they want to hope of this. I mean, we've seen teams, you know, pull off some successful holds there in front of point B. It's a good way to try to drain down the clock, but it has to start, obviously, right here at A.
Well, Marvel's back onto the Ram now, the signature. As
Sparkle Widowmaker.
Hanbin looks to do the same. You'll often see it's the flex DPS that's on the Widow here because they'll just go back and spawn a swap. Whereas the hit scan players normally like on a Sombra or something and they would rather go up and set up. And what's interesting is even on the attacking side, Dallas is going to opt for the double flex support now. The double flex support on the attacking side is way riskier. On the defense, you can at least back up towards your own spawn. On the attacking side, as you move to the point, you are opening up your flanks, and that's going to give Top Dragon the opportunity to find some decent damage or maybe a kill.
For now, it looks like it's just going to be the wraparound onto the high ground. Dallas Fuel try to establish some control there, get a foothold as they get ready to tackle point A. Then drops in. It's MCD just firing off some orbs where he can, trying to find some straight connections. Now it's very slow going.
So we need to see where that setup is for the actual dive itself.
It's around the back side.
Probe safe.
Down probe. But yeah, safe. Maybe if the anti had connected, it might have been able to set up for a kill. In the meantime, Marvel's gotten himself into the back line. He's looking for some supports, but still needs to be respectful because that Discord orb will set up for a very easy kill. Continues to go low. They're working him lower and lower, and Edison eventually comes in, does get that elimination at the end of it all. MCD, however, going to be traded out. The HP bar is now dangerously low for the side of the Dallas Fuel. Pulse Bomb goes across. Top Dragon, however, has that one devoured and also gets taken down. Hanbin doing some serious work. Dashes forward, continues to pursue. He's looking for openers. The point begins to get captured here from the side of the Fuel. Enough space opened up. MCD can rejoin.
Yeah, Hanbin's definitely the leader in terms of turning that fight around. Dives in, saves the backline of MCD and Bliss against Marvel, and then eats up the Pulse Bomb. Speaking of which now, Sparkle's Pulse finds opener, so these Dallas Fuel frags do not slow down. O2 Blast still on point for now, but Field, they need to pick up the pace here. 5v4 window is closing.
Only a tick surrendered so far. So are going to be starting from that 33%. Once the Fuel can get themselves back into position. Edison on the way, 92%, but does get forced to translocate back as, oh boy, here comes Hanbin out of nowhere, right up over the top, and Irony is a blink and you miss it moment. Rally now going to be used in desperation. And Nano did go across to try to enable Probe here to keep him in this fight, but eventually he's just going to get corralled. Takes down one with him. Self-destruct up over the top. Will not be able to find any eliminations, but it might already be good enough. Irony going to be looking to rejoin. Comes back on that Baptiste. As the EMP goes across, an opener will fall. Now with Marvel gone, it seems like this is going to be the cap coming through now onto point A.
Great target focus.
It's going to be added to the time bank here for Dallas Fuel.
Let's just run it opener, get the EMP on him, take him down. Marvel eats a bio nade, then they switch focus from opener to Marvel. And Marvel, despite the annihilation, will also go down there as well. I mean, just no supports alive. O2 Blast tried to clutch that one through via annihilation. Irony still respawning. If opener dies, that's the fight gone. That's exactly what happens. Dallas Fuel knew who their targets were 100%. I think Sparkle's Pulse Bomb did a lot of work to start things out with.
Oh, okay, well, Sparkle maybe overextending a little bit there. Tries to dive in on top of him and then takes an arrow to the face. Gets shot down. Is Hanbin going to be noted here? High ground flank. Hack out on the Mega Pack, so Top Dragon cannot grab that one. Just waits it out patiently as Marvel looks to hold the door.
Well, they got to play close because I think this comp, the Ram comp, starts to weaken as you get further into B. You play around the high ground. To me, okay, you can also set up on the high ground, but if you lose that to the Dallas field, things get really rough. So the more that O2 Blast can take advantage of chokes, low ground spaces for the Ram, the better their comp will be. Marvel in trouble.
Dragon Strike across, just clearing the archway. Edison, though, safely up here on the high grounds. Continuing to harass out. 28% left to go before he's got that EMP ready to roll. Marvel significantly slowed down when it comes down to building up that ultimate. Pulse Bomb going to be lobbed in. Sparkle hoping for the kill, but the shield gets raised. Opener keeps himself safe, but now Irony's taken out.
Man.
Marvel is as well. Hanbin making great use of the nano and gets another eat. Top Dragon just seemingly cannot use Pulse Bomb. Just taken out of his arsenal, and now Probe is getting staggered by a Diva on the opposite side of the map, near their spawn.
A Hanzo
That's something you see
stagger.
every day.
No, only the great Hanbin could do something like that. I'm sure other players could too, but point being here, Hanbin is playing out of his mind. He's been eating pulse bombs. Every single nano you put into Hanbin, look, you don't even have to put it on MCD. If you put it into MCD, it's for defensive purposes. You know Dallas will having a good time where they don't have to nano MCD anymore. They can do it offensively onto Hanbin. He dives in and just finds the backline. Irony did instantly. So good so far from Hanbin.
Amp Matrix is available, but Irony going to be isolated. Did help take down one with him. Good shot there from Probe to punish Edison off the back of the EMP, but they still end up losing out on one of their supports. Put him out. Popping the rally, trying to keep Marvel alive. He's nearly to that annihilation. Sees so much damage, but he's going to pop it immediately as soon as he gets it available. Try to play around the shield. Hanbin just goes up onto the high ground. Damage is still something that demands respect. They back away. They let the ult expire. It's 1 minute and 28 seconds that O2 Blast need to hold the cart in this position if they want to win out in this map.
Does Bliss just nano Hanbin? He does. I mean, why not? Hanbin's been doing so much at the moment. They want Probe. Good lamp to save.
Okay. That eye goes across, tries to get a little bit of damage there on the back end. This time Top Dragon. Now that Hanbin was forced away by the Cassidy ult, he's able to get a pulse bomb across, but then they trade it out. Irony going to be taken down as well, so support for support. That does leave MCD all on as lonesome as Zenyatta to try to keep everybody sustained. Hanbin going low, it's playing out away from him. Does manage to just pull back, break line of sight, and Probe has to give up the high ground at the end.
Sparkle Pulse there as well. So that'll be one ultimate off the table for Dallas Full, an extra ultimate, I should say. Ends up being pretty expensive. I mean, that was the nano plus, and then eventually at the back end, the Pulse Bomb, as well as we had the final fight, 40 seconds left. And despite all of the early pressure, it feels like Dallas Full have slowed down enough that Ultra Blast have the game back within their grasp of potentially clutching through this defense. The final one available. What a hack and kill from Edison onto Opener.
A massive one, something that they desperately needed to try to get this push going through because it's only 23 seconds remaining. You'll do not want to be put at match point here in this elimination series. Hanbin just rushes in, takes out Marvel. That gets him the ult. Probe does manage to find one, but there's only so much the Cowboy can do. Hanbin out for blood, pushes forward, finds him, gets the punish. 1.8 meters left to go as Top Dragon tries to hold the line, but he's going to get antied out, and now that leaves Opener now. Try to push forward, but he's slept off the card. 0.12 meters left. Marvel again forced onto the Doom Fist, and he gets pushed away just enough that they can get that push into completion. Hanbin going absolutely nuclear here on this map, gets him across the line to tie the series at a 1-1.
Yeah, he was feral on that map. The Diva did so much work, and this is why I think, you know, Dallas Fuel, you start to understand why Blizzard World was a choice. It's an amazing Diva map, and you can see why here. The double flex support in the backline as well had no issues on the attack because Hanbin had put so much forward pressure on alongside Sparkle and Edison that MCD and Bliss were barely in trouble. I mean, you never really saw MCD and Bliss in positions where they were super harassed. Top Dragon got back there a couple times, but for the most part, you know when MCD's having a bad time, Bliss is having to nano him all the time. But here, Bliss is just saying, why not put the nano onto Hanbin? He's going to be able to use that to much greater effect. We're on the offense here. Our backline is not in trouble. And even when you look at the DPS to Sparkle and Edison getting that solo kill to Opener really opens things up. And that's, for Dallas Fuel, I think, how they win the final fight.
I mean, Hanbin, I forget if it was Opener or Irony that he got in the back of point A, but he just came up over the top like a crocodile out of the water, snatching his prey and ripping him to pieces. A great map there for the side of the Dallas Fuel, but O2 Blast now have map pick in their hands as we get ready to go into Escort. Let's see if they can turn the tides, slow down the momentum, or if Dallas Fuel will be able to move up 2-1 and keep their hopes alive. Remember, this is an elimination match, so winner moves on into the final tomorrow versus the Soul Infernal, so there's everything to play for. We'll see what happens when we come back from the break, which map we're going to be playing on, so don't go anywhere. And we are back. Dallas Fuel with their map pick. A Blizzard World are able to tie up the series at 1-1. With some excellent play here from Hanbin, looking to make himself a front runner for player of the match should the Fuel be able to close this out. We do have some changes though on the side of O2 Blast as we get ready to go into their map pick on Escort, as we will see Knife subbing back in here for Top Dragon as well as Attack for Marvel.
And that's the thing about O2 Blast, right, is that their roster has more depth to go through. Attack can also come into play. Some off tanks, you want to play some Diva Harbin, okay, Attack is going to try and match you on that. But beyond that as well, Knife coming in. Knife, honestly, for me, I think so far he's had a better knockouts performance than Top Dragon. Top Dragon's easily the bigger name on this team, but Knife, man, he's really improved. This guy came under the radar for me. I did not expect Knife to be this good, but Knife has been insane so far. The Tracer coming in, especially from Knife, has been just flawless to see. And I believe his map win rate has been better than Top Dragon so far in the knockouts as well. So when I talk about this team having more depth, I mean, that depth is also very strong. Even though Marvel's been insane, if you want to play some off tanks, Attack has been very good as well.
We'll see how they fare coming into this one, because, I mean, like you said, you want to opt into that off-tank battle. That's all fine and dandy, but when Hanbin is the tank that you are challenging, it's always going to come with some difficulties. So we'll see how they do fare, and we'll see some zoom in here on Hanbin's statistics there from Blizzard World. 28 eliminations, 13 of which were final blows from his Diva.
And the most important stat here, the most impressive stat for me, is the 2 deaths. Lowest deaths across the board for everybody. The next lowest was Edison on Sombra 3, and he's playing Sombra. So you can spend the whole game just invis if you want and not die. Bliss also didn't die that much. Bliss died 3 times as well, which is very low for a support player. So between that, but you can understand why Dallas will start winning. You have your support player on the Ana dying very low, and your tank player with the lowest deaths across the lobby. Insane stuff. I mean, your tank never goes down. You start eating away some ultimates. Really good final blows. I believe he was the final blow leader as well, so he's got 13. That's number 1 in the lobby. Second was Sparkle on 11. So that is easily the best KD. You have the most kills and the least deaths.
An enormous performance there from Hanbin as we get ready to go into Rialto. He could just keep it up. It says, you know, okay, Diva's been looking good. I'll just keep playing it.
And that's dangerous for O2 because they're picking another Diva map. You got slaughtered by the Hanbin Diva on Blizzard World, and that was your map pick. Or rather, that was Fuel's map pick. And now, after losing to the Hanbin Diva, O2 Blast, I mean, hey, listen, if there's some confidence coming on through, then the belief here is the Hanbin Diva is good, but if we can try and match it with Attack, we might still be able to win. I do believe in the Knife substitution. I think the Knife substitution is going to make a lot of difference to the team. But I worry about them going head against Hanbin's Diva. That one will be a difficult battle, I think.
Well, we'll see how they do fare. But I widely do agree with you. I mean, we're seeing, you know, some funny overlap with Knife as well as the Junker Queen performances out of O2 in the past.
Oh, yeah.
But given that we're on Rialto, it seems highly unlikely. But we'll see what they put together and whether or not Knife is going to have that impact that they so desperately want.
I just want to point out as well that Havana is in the map pool, and O2 Blast did win against Infernal on Havana. That was actually a reverse sweep scenario where Infernal were already up 2-0, then O2 Blast picked Havana versus them to start the reverse sweep journey, which they unfortunately did not complete, but at least made a good run out of. And the fact that Havana is on board, and that would have been another good RAM map for Marvel, does raise a few questions, but we'll see how this Rialto fares for O2, given that they want to opt into this battle.
Shot across, not having the connection, but you could hear it whiz by.
What it's worth, I think Edison should be on Hanzo here. I'm not a big fan of the Widowmaker on that. I think the Widowmaker has more value the further back on A we go, so I don't think Widowmaker is bad here, but the initial spawn hold... Every time I say it, the Widow's...
I was just about to say. Yep. You ridicule it and they immediately deliver.
One kill's not the whole game, Seth. It's alright.
It's true. Very true. If you're Jimmy, 2 kills is a point gap, though. And Sparkle as well
if
getting
you're
involved.
attacking, if you're attacking. And this is defending, so, you know?
Yeah. Fair point, fair point. Pushes off the high ground, immediately grapples right back up top. We need to see Probe getting involved, trying to hound down this Widow, put some pressure on Edison so he doesn't have his sights turned over towards these, especially back, line members on the side of O2. The Knife will come back in after the reset, get the better of Sparkle, but they lose out on Irony, so still, it's not without bloodshed. Start pushing forward, opener, the Nano nearly there, surging up towards that one. Sparkle as well, Pulse now at the ready.
MCD. Oh my goodness, that's a solo kill. How does that happen? Attack got nano,
sure.
so I guess that's how it happens. You just get nano to fly into him.
Just a surprising amount of damage, I suppose, but now it's having some very much exacerbating effects as the kills come in on the Bliss, as well as Hanbin breaking him out of the mech and taking him down. I mean, Infrasight at the ready, but can't really do much if you don't have a front line to stand behind.
Yeah, the
now
wait
it's
till
back over towards the spawn room.
the wait to the archway. This is where the Watermaker is also good, just right on the high ground here. But he's getting spammed by Probe, which is an issue. Infrasight does reveal Probe, but no one's going to go after him. And actually, O2 Blast, like, really respect this. O2 Blast have mostly pulled back. Probe is back over towards his own team, and he does. Is the EMP cancelled?
Oh, I think it just might be. Yep. Takes him out, and the pulse bomb from Knife not going to be able to find anything either. What a monstrous shot. Now another one is open. Going to be taken down. Edison just playing right up here onto the cart. Not a worry in the world.
Wow.
Irony falling low. Looks like he's able to TP back out to safety, but Knife dead. Irony now gone, and yep, never mind. No safety down whatsoever.
This is what I said earlier, right? The Widowmaker on Rialto A, it improves as you get further back on A. At the start of A, don't think it's that good. Yeah, he got one kill, but I said one kill doesn't make a whole defense. You saw Dallas Fuel kind of losing that early, positioning on A quite quickly. Not the best sight lines for Edison, but now that we're at the back of A, he can play from spawn. He can play, from the sort of the side high ground that we just saw him there as well. Probe now trying to match the Widowmaker, and especially from spawn, you can snipe the archway from spawn. It's such a strong position for Edison to play from.
How do you reapproach this one? 4 ults at the ready here for the side of the Dallas Fuel. Just the 2 to speak of for O2 Blast. Self-destruct as well as the Kitsune Rush. Probe also joining in here with the Widowmaker. Shenanigans does find a nice quick pick there onto Sparkle. Turns his sight spawning. Edison for a brief little moment, but does not want to challenge given the sightline advantage here. Just allows him to go his separate ways. Attack moving up onto the high ground, keeps himself alive. Kitsune Rush had been used in the meantime. Still a couple meters left to go. Transcendent's going to be used. Self-destruct as well from Hanbin up over the top, looking for a pick. Won't be able to find anything, but the whip shot from Bliss takes out Knife. More pressure peeled off as the Widowmaker battle is won by Edison. Does quickly die thereafter, but still a message is sent. He shuts him down. Attack going to be broken out of the mech and eliminated. Opener dead as well. It's going to be another reset with 26 seconds remaining. Dallas Fuel off the back of Edison's Widow are looking absolutely superb.
And it might be a full hold now. I mean, Dallas Fuel have fully got all their members up. There is one ult online, forward to Blast with Opener. Irony even going over towards this end now, so giving up on the Kariko. You're not going to get another ult in time. Might as well play for the discords and the damage output. Edison's nearly got this Infrasight as well, so things are looking on the up for Dallas Fuel.
Somebody's got a touch. Okay. Knife pushes his way over, but as they are trying to approach the card, Edison gets Knife in the head. Attack is going to be demeched, and then no one else can touch. Edison, I mean, he's got that
the baby
rolling.
diva. There's nothing else to nano. There's nothing else to nano.
And there was just no hope. It's a full hold. And
oh, dude,
you were touching on this. You're touching on this, Avril. This is a bold pick when you do have Havana in that pool that you can go to, where you bested Infernal, where you could keep, Marvel, play something like a Brawl, put Hanbin off of his game.
Okay, this is the EMP.
Come
Watch
here
this.
to Rialto, and oh my god, it's just disgusting.
Oh,
wow. He just disappears. And that's it.
He was revealed by Infrasight as well, wasn't he? So he took a risk there. Really took a risk. He was revealed.
Big risk that did
Went
not
for
pay
it
off.
anyway. Oh, well, Dallas Fuel, they have to forego the early hold on Rialto because of the Widowmaker, but then they win the rest of the hold with the Widowmaker as well. So, yeah, you give some, you take some. For Dallas Fuel, I think the overall success of the A defense makes it totally worth it. But the real conversation point is the fact that O2 chose this map in the first place. Like, man, you gotta lose to the Hanbin Diva twice in a row. And this time it's not just the Hanbin Diva, it's also the Edison Widow on board.
Someone entertain me.
Well, absolute brutality as we await for the gates to go ahead and open up. And Probe with this Widow. Let's see how he fares as Edison gives a nice little wave and gets ready to begin the attack.
Escort the bloodshed begins.
Bloodshed begins
does
indeed.
begin. Yep, we're on the same thought there. We're in the same shirt.
Well, not too much you can do versus attack right now. So it's just
same brainwave.
the
Dallas Fuel
synergy
running
is just out of control.
Dallas Fuel running the same. Oh, Edison's gonna swap off. Edison, to be fair, you're probably wondering, it's like, wait a minute, why would Edison not play the Widow here? It is much harder for the attacking Widow on the opening angles. It is much easier for Widow once the angles are opened up. But defensive Widow here is stronger than offensive Widow, so that does make a lot of sense. And Edison's now going to try and be annoying towards Probe.
Speaking of being annoying, Translocator was instantly destroyed, and he's also spy checked. Kind of stuck in an awkward position there. Cart brought up here into the courtyard by Sparkle. As Hanbin just escorting the supports here, trying to get around this little flank angle. Not much further that they need to go. Irony now isolated up onto the high ground, desperately needs some assistance.
Oh, 1 HP.
Looks like he does manage to pull back. Heels come across. And
They lost
Jack
all the
is
high
there to
ground.
try to protect.
They're all on the floor. Not where you want to be for O2 Blast on the defense.
I mean, they're gonna maybe look to retake it here, but the card is gonna be moved away potentially. No one playing it actually at the moment.
Probe's
Here beside the
open.
fuel, but then Probe is just isolated. Sparkle and SN getting on top of him. They find him, and that could be the beginning of the end here. But Hanbin does get demeched, does do very much the same to attack, as they look to just pilot pistol their way back through. Both of them building up very rapidly, but Sparkle does find attack, and Hanbin just 4% shy, now 2% left to go. He'll be able to make it back into safety, but Sparkle loses out on the Tracer battle knife, able to take him down. So for now, the cart will stay locked in position.
Where is Hanbin? He's about to just get demeched again. He's getting staggered. This is a self-stagger. Yeah, just fly into the water. Stop feeding ult charge. Fly into the water. Like, that's unfortunately, because he remix, he gives away like another 300 HP or something. That's just unfortunate. So, Dallas would like that several seconds back, but time is still okay for now. Just under 2 minutes. Okay, maybe a little less time after that death.
Yeah.
We're still waiting for EMP anyway. That's the real thing. You need the EMP, you need the payload in a slightly better position.
Oh. Probe just find Edison there at the very end. Infrasight nearly online.
And actually, the
They need to be
Infrasight
cycling
timing...
picks.
The Infrasight timing, based on where the EMP is very interesting as well, because if Edison is in position to go for the EMP, then the Infrasight comes through, that really ruins Edison's day.
Alright, Infrasight is up. MP still not quite there, but Edison should be able to wait out the rest of this Infrasight, but it's going to be starting to cut it really close here. 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining. If O2 Blast start finding some picks, this could be devastating for him. Knife once again taking the battle here against Sparkle. This time attack, however, is there.
Look at
Gonna
payload.
back him up, provide that D-Matrix. But yeah, payload, I mean, it's rolled back so much.
And that's the problem, is even though Dallas have 5 ultimates, they have to spend a lot of these ultimates just to win this fight and get the payload moving again.
Okay, well, Sparkle finds the pulse. It's going to shut down Opener in the rally. Irony as well, falling low. Invested that nano, I believe, but it's not going to be enough now. Attack going to be knocked out of the mech. Wisely does hold on to that self-destruct. Knows that they're going to be able to have a little attempt here at a recontest. But they get that relatively for free. A pulse and a rally, that's it.
Yeah, not as expensive as I thought it was going to be for Dallas Fuel, which is good for them. That means we're going to see an EMP this fight for the final archway, and Edison needs to not get spy checked here by attack. What is Hanbin doing? Where is Hanbin? What is he doing? Why is Hanbin there? He's so far forward.
He's self-destructing in the back with 15 seconds remaining. The card in the meantime has been brought up close, but now attack can rejoin. Has that self-destruct trying to buy some more space. It's 8 seconds remaining. 0.83 meters left to go.
Hanbin's on ball now.
EMP. It's been a long build-up for this ult to come through. Still not seeing it quite just yet. Hanbin going to rejoin on ball. Edison forced up onto the high ground. Barely stays alive. Transcendence has to be used by MCD as the pulse bomb goes out from Knife. Keeps himself alive. The EMP now does strike, catches both the supports, also catches Knife. One of them going to be falling, and they clear them off the cart. They get shoved back, and I mean, Hanbin, yeah, kind of breathing a major sigh of relief. Rubbing his chest as his heart had nearly stopped, but Dallas Fuel down to the wire when it looked like this was going to be delivered to them on a silver platter.
Dude.
It ends up being a bit rockier, but they get the win.
O2 Blast had 4 members alive. I think they could have still touched. I think they could have still continued that fire. They still had self-destruct. Tack still had a self-destruct. I mean, just eat the EMP, die on the point. Self-destruct, try and remake. Don't everyone leave the point. Oh, man. I thought that was a very interesting last fight. When Hanbin rushed forward to the windows and died, self-destructed, I was like, uh-oh.
It felt like they threw.
Dallas Fuel might have thrown this. Edison, 41 HP, translocates away, can't get an EMP off. I'm like, uh-oh. Dallas Fuel might have thrown this. Then the EMP does come down, and thankfully the EMP hits big. It's, a 3-man EMP, hits the entire back line. They get opener off the back of that one, and then O2 Blast just mega respecting it. They open it dies, and O2 Blast just vacate the point, and it's all over. I'm surprised that O2 Blast didn't put a little bit more in there to try and continue the fight. As I mentioned, attack still had a self-destruct. Could have just died on point. You never know.
It feels like the stakes of the match might be getting the O2 Blast a little bit this close to getting themselves into that final. Now significantly further away. They will have their map pick once more as we get ready to go into push. We'll see where they want to go. Again, getting Hanbin away from things like the Diva, putting him on discomfort has to be the play. They had that opportunity here. They did not take it. They went to Rialto, and instead, I mean, granted, Hanbin didn't even necessarily roll over them. He did some weird stuff instead, but Dallas Fuel still are able to get this victory. So now it's down to the wire. They need to force this into a map 5 if they want to keep the dream alive. If they want to join Dreamers in this Group B Grand Final and represent the contenders teams to the fullest of their ability. Otherwise, Dallas Fuel, the stage is set for them to be able to take this as a 3-1. We'll see what happens when we come back for push, so don't go anywhere. And the Dallas Fuel now bring us into map point, taking down O2 Blast on their selection of Rialto. And it was a full hold into a fairly close push at the end, but even with all the shenanigans, the weird excursions that we saw have been going on, it was not enough for O2 Blast to be able to pick up that win and take themselves into a lead once more. So we'll see. Top Dragon coming back in for knife. Marvel back in for attack as we get ready to go into push.
I think we all knew that was going to be a big risk for O2 Blast to take the Dallas Fuel squad, especially Hanbin, to Rialto. That risk does not pay off at all. In fact, it fails spectacularly in many ways. O2 Blast is going to have to come back from this 1-2 deficit now. And to be fair, I mean, you look back at the Soul Infernal game, they nearly reverse swept that one. Started out 0-2 and got to a 2-2 stage before just barely failing out in Antarctic Peninsula here. It's a slightly better situation for O2 Blast. Once again, they will be trailing the Overwatch League team that they'll have to make a comeback against. And off the back of Marvel, I think this time around as we head into our fourth map, it's going to be a push. Thankfully for the side of O2 Blast, there's not a lot of wrong push maps to go to. There is the right one, Esperanza. It's got to be the one where I think it's a Ram Winston map, isn't it? So I think the opening neutral is very interesting because here's the mind games, right? You could either start, if you're Marvel, you start either Ram or Winston. If you're Harbin, you start either Ram or Junker Queen. And the reason you would start Junker Queen is you expect that Marvel plays the Winston. But if you roll out on Junker Queen and Marvel goes Ram instead of Winston, you've actually made the wrong choice. But if you play the Ram, then Marvel goes to Winston or Ram, I think Marvel's probably fine. I think given that, Harbin should probably choose the Ram, just in case you make the wrong call on the 50-50 with the Junker Queen, because that could be costly.
Well, time will tell as we get ready to jump into what could very well be the last map of this series. Pressure. Got to be mounting. I mean, again, you know, for the side of O2 Blast, being able to get themselves over to an Overwatch League international tournament.
Uh-oh.
Obviously, a lot of pressure riding on that one. And it feels like the cracks have kind of been showing. So we'll see how they fare now that they have some more veterancy coming back in the form of Marvel, who is going to be looking at that Ram as you give us a nice little uh-oh of concern.
Yeah, well, the matchup that you don't want to see is Harbin rolling Junker Queen into Ram. Then that's the matchup you're going to get now. And there's another hero I want to talk about. Run from it. Hide from it. The Moira arrives all the same, as we will see a little bit more of the Lucio Moira come on through. And Dallas will have been a little 50-50 on that so far. I would not be surprised to see Harbin swap off the Junker Queen after if they do lose the opening neutral to the Ram, but they would also have to swap off the Moira as well to go towards, I think, an Ana. We'll see if that ends up being the case or not. But this is not the comp that Dallas Field wanted to see from the O2 Blast side.
For now, Marvel kind of just looking for a target. Unable to find too much as Edison gets in on top of the supports and sets up for the kill there from Bliss. Hanbin as well just drags the axe through, finds Irony. Bliss gets himself a second elimination. It feels like we're back on Lijiang Tower.
Wow.
And with the cleanup coming in, the push is going to go the way of the Dallas Fuel. Only 9 meters established here for the side of O2 Blast, and now that's going to be completely flipped on its head.
I guess you could just run at the back line, just run it open and Irony. That works.
Just barrel them over. Why not? Plow through.
Sojin now going to be the pick for Probe, a little bit more mobile. I'm thinking, does Top Dragon want to consider the Tracer here as well? Or maybe the Mei is a little too good, because I think the Mei is good into a Ram Mirror versus Junker Queen.
Oh.
Or you could just snipe Sparkle. Right-click still works.
Anytime you ridicule any kind of pick that comes through, that player immediately finds some success.
It wasn't even ridiculing. Mild criticism at best. Okay, let's be honest.
Either way.
Offering suggestions is what I'm doing, okay?
We'll call it a blessing. You got a second headshot there in the fight, and, well, you know, decent little 25-meter push.
See, I told you Dallas would swap. I told you they'd swap.
Well, they do. And it looks like we're going to have the lead stolen away and right back into the hands of O2 Blast.
You'll bully me, but eventually I'll be right. Eventually I'll be right, just like this.
Broken clock twice a day, all that nonsense.
Yep.
Look at the isolated Probe here, trying to slow him up. Wall comes up as well, and he is completely cut off. Fantastically done there by Sparkle once again, who has been very on point when it comes down to the Mei play here today. Top Dragon as well, though, looking to deliver, finds MCD, and with the Annihilation rolling, Marvel will take down Edison and the rest of the team. It's just has to try to run out of here. Bliss will get a parting gift elimination there on the Top Dragon, but at the end of it all, it's still going to be Marvel standing tall. Cleanup comes through, the push continues, and that's going to be checkpoint here for O2.
Yeah, as you'd expect on Esperanza, the checkpoints are way easy to get, so no surprises here that O2 will be to get the checkpoint after that much effort, doubling the distance over to Dallas Fuel here, and that's the one weakness of Dallas Fuel, having to juggle compositions. It's kind of like what we saw in Lijiang, right? You talked about this being similar to Lijiang. Okay, it is similar to Lijiang as far as Hanbin starting on the Queen and Dallas Fuel playing the Queen comp, but it's also similar for the wrong reasons or for the bad reasons where, unlike O2 Blast juggling comps, is now Dallas Fuel juggling comps, and you're going to be behind on various factors if you do that. Another snipe.
Another snipe. Another headshot. Top Dragon. We're delivering here with this Mei. Nade going to be thrown down to try to keep Marvel alive as Irony just sat here comfortably on the high ground, and the beat is too late. Han been taken down before Bliss can drop it. Shielding not going to be found. Death Blossom into the back line. Will find Irony before the boop away comes through. Still finding a kill, but then Top Dragon is quick to reply. Gets the punish. Sparkle trying to dance around his own wall. Ends up falling, and the push is not going to be halted. They continue to accelerate forward here. Does O2 Blast.
And this is going to be the real distance maker for O2 Blast. That was the fight that you'd expect that maybe Dallas Fuel can make a comeback on. Good attempt by Edison. I really respect the Death Blossom there, but he needed a little bit more. Maybe one more kill would have done it for them. And then Sparkle would have felt the confidence to roll in the Blizzard there as well. But several more frags for O2 Blast, and things are looking on the up now. Nearly 100 meters. I mean, that is so good for O2. And Marvel's about to get another annihilation. Harbin's still looking his first. There it is. Lapped him.
Nasty with the late swap. Probe just getting the headshot. Edison taken down. Blizzard does come through, does help deliver the kill here on a Marvel. Opener as well going to follow as Bliss, again, has to have the most final kills. This guy's just been going absolutely crazy on the map so far. Irony, look at the tool him out, but Bliss comes up with yet another one.
Yep.
The bot's still locked into position. Dallas Fuel, though, finally should be able to gain some semblance of control and can try to work this back in the neutral territory. But
he's got 8, by the way.
Respawns are going to be there, so they're going to have forward spawn.
So here's a fun fact. Never thought I'd say this, but a main support player is deadlifting. 8 out of 13. There it is.
That is just absolutely
I don't
nuts.
think he's gonna do it for the rest of the map, but if he does, that'll be the first ever main support deadlift I've ever seen. And maybe anyone's ever seen. So we'll see if that continues or not.
I'm all for it.
MCD did have the Nano before Irony. I think that made a huge difference. Nano Annihilation, better than just normal Annihilation, which is why Marvel lost that duel.
Speaking of Marvel losing, it's getting beaten and battered here onto the high ground. Has to drop down and surrender it over to Hanbin, who's trying to outpace him towards that next Annihilation. So far, he's doing a good job of it. Marvel, again, getting locked in. The wall goes up. Anti's across, down to 80 HP. The healing starts going across here from Irony. Looks like they will be able to keep him sustained, but he's segregated away from the rest of the team. They're still looking to hound him down, and eventually they manage to surround him. Probe looks to peel, gets a headshot through. Sparkle going to be taken out as Hanbin takes a nap. Anti on the MCD, but no further threat, no further damage comes in, so he's able to stay alive, and the beat gets dropped from Bliss to keep everybody in the fight. Opener on the back end ends up falling. Hanbin coming up with that kill. Now has that Annihilation ready to roll should he need it.
Irony won
Instantly. Sleep did connect. Irony looked to shut him down, but he gets woken up immediately. And the rest of the team just now has to back away. Probe down to 3 HP. The ult rolling, but Edison shuts him out.
You see that Bliss was flying in there as well, trying to steal that kill away from Edison. Would have got himself to 9. Nearly. Who stole whose kill, really? O2 Blast still defending well. I mean, look, 48 to 92. There's still a lot of distance left to go. Dallas Fuel got a bit of work left here. And O2 Blast can use that time to find more ultimates. Here comes Edison, but Bliss is down.
Marvel fighting one. Sparkle getting the better of Top Dragon. Now going to be investing in the Blizzard to really try to turn the tide of this fight and keep them in
Marvel's
advantage.
going for it.
The freeze is in, and Marvel going to be taken out. Edison able to finish him with a rail. Gets the headshot there on the opener as well. It's going to be Fuel pushing forward, getting to the checkpoint, establishing those forward spawns for themselves. Still a good amount of distance to go, though. About 40 meters shy of the lead.
I think Marvel's a little bit too optimistic there. He was thinking, I have the Nano here. Opener's kind of alive, so maybe I got a bit of healing. Potential to get the clutch in. Ends up being 2 wasted ultimate, sadly. Now the Blizzard online for Top Dragon, so O2 Blast will have something to use over the Dallas Fuel. Does that catch anybody? I think Dallas Fuel are fine.
Yeah, it looks like they're able to exit just enough. He was trying to get the catch there onto Sparkle, but ball comes up and he peels away. Been getting worked low. Perseveres for the time being. Keeps himself alive, and again, just 35% to go to have that next Annihilation. Bliss, however, cut down Marvel. Finding 2. Top Dragon will be traded out, but now Marvel, or Hanbin rather, in a really bad spot. Should be dealt with here in a matter of moments, and yep, Probe will be able to go ahead and finish him up. And near team kill comes through. The 2 blasts are finally able to stop Dallas Fuel on this push.
250 left. This is where things get dangerous, right? I mean, O2 Blast stealing away the payload. They won the fight. They're in square. But it does undo so much of the distance for Dallas Fuel. We take away the forward spawns now, but the entirety of the Dallas Fuel already got the forward spawns anyway. So it should be a pretty quick fight engage as they roll a lot of that forward spawn. They have a fight in that neutral now. The amount of time left, I think if Dallas Fuel can win 2 more fights here, they can equalize the 92, but they won't have to win 2 in a row.
Nano across, Hanbin rushing forward. Sparkle will take it down nice and early, but Probe going to be traded. Soundberry from opener, unable to save him. This is it on the back end, trying to keep everybody else alive. Marvel going to be taking a nap. Annihilation still pocketed, but Irony out into the open, has to nade himself to try to stay in this fight, but the Annihilation is just going to be too much, as well as the Nemesis form. They managed to work him down. Marvel now trying to fight back. Still holds on to the ult. Knows that this fight
He won't.
widely, going to be taken out. So Saves it for the next one, but Dallas Fuel, they bring the bot back into a push position.
Yeah. No supports. I mean, open irony down. Marvel knows he can't live there, so wasting an ultimate would not be ideal. This is where things get interesting. Dallas Fuel can absolutely shove this one right up to 92. They won't be able to cap for free, though. O2 Blast can contest before the cap happens. In fact, they must contest, and both teams will be looking towards Blizzard here. Edison, how does that happen?
That Probe playing off the back of an anti-nade. Beautifully set up there by Irony. Finds the kill. Just looks for the rail snipe. Can't find it. Now Blizzard's going to be layered in, and that's just going to rip Hanbin and Sparkle apart. Great catch here from the side of Top Dragon. They clean them up, and again, they get close 5 meters away with a minute and 13 seconds, and the bot moving away. Not sure if the Fuel are going to be able to push this one through.
It's such a clean map from Top Dragon so far. The amount of opening fight snipes he's gotten, I've counted at least 3. That Blizzard play was beautiful as well. Sparkle forced the ice block, and right on top of it, Top Dragon's like, if I just Blizzard here, we win. It's 100% worth. Marvel, does he try to hold? No, he's going to walk away, and they managed to bait out the Sparkle Blizzard as well.
Interesting. Into the block on top of the wall. MCD able to snipe Top Dragon to go ahead and finish him off. May now gone. Sparkle under some heavy fire, but looks like he will be able to stay alive. The healing being pumped out right now. Keeps Hanbin alive, but Probe with a great shot takes out Edison. It's not without cost. Marvel now taken down as well, but the bot is still moving further and further away here from the Fuel. They need to gain control of it.
Yeah, the further away the payload gets, the harder it is for Dallas Fuel. Even if Dallas Fuel win this fight, which they are now, they've got it, but look at the run back distance. There's going to be maybe 2 more fights left. One during this regulation time. The cap was there, so Probe and Opener, they will both get the forward spawn. That will enable one fight in the neutral, and then there will be one more fight at the actual cap again. Exactly as we had it before when Dallas Fuel missed out by 5 meters.
Okay, cool though. I'm going to have that Nano Annihilation ready to go. Can be a big threat unless he gets taken down.
Actually, this is the last fight now. O2 Blast didn't contest in time. This is the last fight already.
They're right into it. Oh, it's going to be the Nano Clock, actually. They go for Edison. He's down so low. 7 HP, and Opener dives in, finds the kill. They completely shut it down. Hanbin 9% away. Marvel raises up the shield, just looking to just keep Hanbin contained here into the corner. The wall comes up. Doesn't cut anybody off. They manage to escape out to safety. Annihilation now rolling through. Hanbin just tucks around the side. Blizzard lobbed in. Top Dragon down so very low. The Annihilation finally whittles away at him. But the freeze still... They have to play around it. They have to respect it, and Hanbin's going to be pressured out.
Sparkle freezing.
With another kill. Marvel frozen, taken down. Probe eliminated Sparkle. Tries to keep them in this one. An Opener. He gets Ajax. Bliss shuts him down. Finds the kill. Gets another one. Takes out Irony. And Bliss has been an absolute madman. He still holds onto the sound barriers. They push through, and they look to take the lead. It's 2 meters left to go. They're pushing once again, and Bliss. Oh my goodness! What a performance from him. It's the Dallas Fuel will manage to push it across the line to get the victory.
Oh my goodness, O2 Blast are out at the hands of the Dallas Fuel. And if you woke up early and you were thinking, I don't know about this one, I don't want to see Dallas lose to a contenders team today, this isn't the game for me, you've missed out, because Dallas have made the comeback. When I say the comeback, it's more of a comeback of reputation, where I think more people would have expected O2 Blast to win today, given how close they played the Soul Inferno. But Dallas Fuel, as I said in the pre-show, they've only gone better and better over this knockouts. They've improved slowly, but it has been a slow incremental increase. And it's improved enough that they've managed to take down the O2 Blast. And, you know, a couple of things where from the O2 Blast today. Wasn't too sure about the opening on Lijiang in terms of the, you know, the fire stuff. Okay, but they still get Lijiang done and dusted. Blizzard World was not close at all. Rialto was, in my opinion, just a straight-up wrong map pick coming through from O2 Blast. Esperanza could have been anyone's game, but when push comes to shove at the end, right in the final couple fights, and it's a very, very, very close Esperanza, Dallas Fuel clutch it through, and they just managed to edge it out over O2 Blast when it counts. And speaking of when it counts, for Hanbin, it counts all the time.
It does. And Hanbin, overall, great performances. Obviously, some strangeness there on Rialto with that backline dive not really going their way and kind of almost throwing the map. But his Blizzard World performance, as you're just talking about, absolutely incredible. I will say that in hindsight, if I could change my vote, I would, and I think I would go for Bliss, because the man just went absolutely crazy. I mean, he started off the series dropping, you know, serious kills on Lijiang Tower, and then for him to close out the series on Esperanza with what he was able to achieve there on that Lucio, I would give it to him. So if I could flip flop, it was too damn good. So our player of the match is Hanbin. I think still overall well deserved, but good lord, what a performance.
And I think it starts with the Rhino. Like, I was already impressed with the Rhino. You look at this play, pinned off the map, boom. Nano Annihilation, not today. They didn't win this map, but that was still impressive. That was super cool to see from Hanbin. You don't expect him to be a Ryan player, and there it is. He actually pushed off Probe as well, but Probe is the Hanzo, just wall climbs back on the map. That's fine. It was this map. I think Blizzard World was when you really got to see, like, oh, wow. Holy, this is Hanbin, huh? This is the Hanbin Diva back in action. That was once again confirmed on the third map of Rialto, but I believe it was 2 Pulse Bomb 8s that he got on this map. Twice he ate the Pulse Bomb from Top Dragon, just didn't allow him to really get a pulse off at all. And then every single nano that Hanbin got on this map, he used to perfection.
Yeah, it's just a gorgeous performance. I mean, this is where things, you know, went a little bit more awry. We say, okay, attack's coming in. He should be able to, you know, stand up against Hanbin on these off tanks better than Marvel, but the map choice, it just felt so poor you know, at the time and in hindsight. And I feel like, unfortunately for O2, they're probably going to look back on this and say, why in the hell did we go to Rialto? Why didn't we go to Habana? Why didn't we force him on something a bit different to try to give ourselves a better opportunity? But unfortunately for O2, they've got plenty of time to mull that one over. For Dallas Fuel, though, not much time at all, because they have to get prepared for a Group B final series versus the Infernal tomorrow.
This is kind of like, in terms of, as we finish out looking at Hanbin here, who had fantastic stats. And actually, one last thing I'll say, just in terms of, to your favor, Seth, you talked about Bliss at the end. I just went over the stats one more time to see where his final blows were. And obviously, okay, you're not expecting a main support to get an actual deadlift at the end of the map. But he still got 14, which was the highest in the lobby. The next highest was Marvel at 11. Bliss ends with 14, which is above Hanbin's 9, above Edison's 8, and above Sparkle's 5. MCD got 2, but support player, whatever. Speaking of support players, yeah, Bliss went real sicko mode on the last map. Don't know how, but Lucio players, I guess.
I mean, but not even a map where you're going to be getting like environmental kills. You know, this.
No, this
wasn't
is all normal frags, no gimmicky environmentals, no Ilios Well, Nepal Sanctum kind of stuff. Just straight up kills, running at people, killing them somehow.
Well, guy was
plays
wild.
aside though, I think the really impressive thing is that, you know, today we had 2 results. Both are results you could have imagined were the opposite of what you expected, because Guangzhou Charge, heavy favorite for Group A, have been since the start. Dreamers are on the up and up, but a team that you don't think we're going to be able to beat the Charge just yet. And now the Dallas Fuel as well, a team that had been mostly struggling in the first opening split here. Going into knockouts, they looked okay. They, you know, were a little bit shaky versus the Prison, but they got that win. Got handled by the Soul Infernal, as you would expect, but they looked better. They looked improved. It was at least somewhat competitive. Now they beat O2 Blast. I mean, what a victory. O2 Blast, who were looking like maybe the second best team in this group, have been taken out early. Yeah,
a huge win here. A huge step for the side of the field, but again, still a lot more work, a lot more to do to get themselves through in, you know, to mid-season madness. But we've got Bliss here for the interview. We'll go ahead and hand this back over to Unknown for the translation.
방금 끝났으니까 감흥이 사라지기 전에 마지막에 말도 안 되게 킬캐치하고 상대 비트 캔슬시키면서 역전했잖아요.
So before anything, I want to hear about the last Esperanza situation where you canceled the sound barrier by the kill, with the kill, and turned that over. To be honest, the calls were all over the place, but we did lose a player early, and the call was, we need to make something, we need to actually make a miracle happen, like not play normally, but rather play for variables here, and we delivered.
경기장 밖으로 장외로 날아갔습니다. 그때 솔직히 블리츠 선수의 감정이 어땠나요? 좀 궁금합니다.
솔직히 좀
So, a little bit of elaborating on the last map. Can you kind of elaborate on what the comms were? So we were like, oh shoot, we died, and then we called for the Lucio to touch, and then also make something happen, like a variable happen, and I guess we made the miracle happen. So we heard that you were the teammates were talking to you. What were you talking about? They were all talking about how great, like what an important thing I did.
소위 5대5였다고 생각하는데 리장 타워에서의 루시오도 하드 캐리 했는데요. 무엇보다 이 마지막 경기 스텝 본인 보셨나요?
Did you happen to look at the stats for your last map in Esperanza?
25 처치고요. 파이널 결정타도 14 결정타로 1등이에요.
So you are actually leading final blows in 14 at 14, and you also led eliminations at 25.
이런 말씀 듣는 현재의 기분 어떻습니까?
So after hearing those stats, how do you feel?
좋은 것 같아요.
Well, I mean, what else can I feel apart from feeling good?
텍스를 갈 수 있는 기회 아직 한 번 남았고 아직까지 웃음꽃이 필 만한 상황은 아닙니다.
네.
그리고 본인들이 패배했었던 그 팀, 설 임페르날. 최근에
So you still have one match that's keeping you apart from MSM qualification, and it's against the Soul Infernal that that you lost against. So what's your opinion on that?
경기가 이제 임페르날 경기가 좀 많았어갖고.
So in looking back, one of the most, I guess, matches with the most regret was the match against Infernal. I think that we are leaps apart from the team that we were when we faced the Infernal, so I think we'll be in a good position to win.
네.
그때와 지금의 분위기는 숙소 분위기도 좀 확연히 다르죠?
So you said you're leaps apart. I mean, what's the difference in vibes between the Dallas Fuel then and now?
다음 경기라도 이겨야 되니까 다음 경기장만 했던 것 같아요.
So I mean, I guess we took it one at a time. When we were losing a lot, we were like, let's not just look upon today. We'll look at tomorrow, and we'll definitely we'll look towards winning tomorrow. And right now, it's a little bit different because we don't have those kind of worries.
그냥 게임할 때 그냥 든든한 것 같아요.
뭐 화를 내거나 그런 게 별로 없나 봐요.
Also, the vibes in the team is that like nobody actually like rages or gets upset. We're just all very supportive and very constructive.
오늘 경기 관람하신 팬분들에게도 한 말씀 부탁드리고요. 자, 그리고 마지막 각오까지 쭉 이어서 한번 부탁드리겠습니다.
So, do you have any messages to the fans and also your resolution coming into the next match?
너무 감사하고 내일 이제 하는 임페르날전.
I mean, thank you for the support even through really hard times, and we'll definitely make sure that we'll be able to win the match against Infernal tomorrow.
알겠습니다. 다음 경기도 저희 열심히 모든 팀들 응원하도록 하겠습니다. 고생하셨습니다.
All right, that will be the end of the interview. Back to you, Ilios.
지금까지 델러스 피올의 블리스 선수였습니다.
Thank you very much for the translation. Everybody in the chat say thank you to Unknown, who always delivers us some quality translations. But it was a 3-1 Overwatch day here at the end of it all, Avril. We got Dreamers with the massive upset over the Guangzhou Charge, eliminating them from Group A, punching their ticket into that final matchup against the Hangzhou Spark. We'll see if they can truly be the Zhou Slayers and get themselves into mid-season madness. And then O2 Blast, one team that we had really high expectations of, weren't able to beat the Dallas Fuel, but they still played like an Overwatch League team. Unfortunately, that Overwatch League team that they played was their sister team in the San Francisco Shock, so they lost.
Damn.
I know Shock won earlier today. Whatever.
They nearly made it. But congrats to Dallas Fuel, who make it further in the bracket now. As you take a look at bracket A, Spark versus Dreamers. Look, we have one contenders team in the knockout finals, but it wasn't O2 Blast. It is Dreamers by some margin, getting a huge upset win versus the Charge, and that one we can definitely say is an upset because Charge was #1 seed out of all of the Overwatch League teams in the East. They were #1 seed. They will not be in the finals yet. We'll look forward to Dreamers versus Hangzhou tomorrow. It'll be Pink versus Pink team. We have Dallas Fuel versus Infernal. On the other side, the Group B brackets. Dallas Fuel once again winning 3-1, something, salt of the earth, punch the clock. All of Dallas Fuel's games are like 3-1s or 1-3s or whatever. See what the scoreline looks like tomorrow versus the Infernal, because they are the team to beat. Look, beating O2 Blast is one thing, but Infernal have been insane so far this year. Outside of the opening match loss versus Seoul Dynasty, Infernal have only been better after that, and they clearly, I think, the favorites in this entire both groups combined. Infernal will probably be the favorites, especially with Guangzhou Charge out.
No, they definitely are. I mean, for the Dallas Fuel, I think another one of the biggest things is, not only did they get themselves into this final matchup, not only did they keep their hopes alive of making it to midseason madness, they also overcame the bad Pachimari curse. So that's very, very good.
Wow.
But we'll see how that fares tomorrow, which way he wants to go, because obviously I think he has some biases towards Soul Infernal. So we'll see what happens with that game. But it would be within Group B rather than overall. But there's still potential for Infernal to get themselves a second place finish. So we'll see if that happens too.
And there is that as well. But then if they get that second place finish in the knockouts, how will they get a second place finish overall internationally? So you got multiple different
Very true.
curses to contend with here, and I think, you know, the overall international second place is very strong for the Infernal. But Dallas Fuel have been impressing, dude. This team, compared to where they started this year, I think Bliss is right. It's like night and day, even to where they started in this bracket. You know, week 1, day 1 of the knockouts, Dallas Fuel have looked like a much improved team. When they can play to their strengths, I'm still not too convinced by the Moira, but you know, when they can play towards their strengths away from any sort of too gimmicky stuff, don't play the Winston, stick on the Diva, stick on the Ram, stick on those types of heroes. Harbin can obviously carry. Dallas Fuel look their best, and Edison popped off today as well. Felt like there was a good performance. Sparkle had some great moments. I think everyone played well.
Yeah, I think really, really good from Sparkle in particular, and I'm blissed that highlight. Really hope that they bring that one back up and just only focus on that when it comes down to the NA recap later on today on the NA broadcast, because that was definitely worth highlighting. But that's going to do it for us here for tonight. Of course, we're going to be back tomorrow with plenty more games. We've got 2 more matches, our finals in Group A and Group B, to see which teams are going to be going over to mid-season madness. So make sure you guys tune in tomorrow to catch all of that action, see whether or not Dreamers can complete their Cinderella story, get themselves in as the lone contenders representative for mid-season madness, and whether or not the Dallas Fuel, with 24 hours turnaround, less than, are going to be able to take down the top dogs in the Seoul Infernal. It seems like a far cry hope, but hey, Guangzhou Charge lost today to a contenders team, so anything can happen. Thank you guys for tuning in. We'll see you back tomorrow for more action. Goodbye. Love yous.